Thank you so much.
All right. Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right.
Yes.
There we go.
You'll love it.
There we go. First time we've done that. Welcome everyone to the special meeting that we've called this evening to interview prospective candidates for the open school board position. Jason Cockrell resigned at the last regular board meeting, and so we are having to fill that position. We had 7 wonderful applicants to submit their names. So we're going to start this process and going through each one. So start. I'm sure everybody knows Judy, but you want to start introducing ourselves?
Yeah, I'm Ty Sweeney. I was recently elected in 2024.
There we go.
So.
And you graduated from Salem High School.
In 22, yes.
I'm Becky White. Been on the board for a while, so.
This is Becky Humphrey. She's running a little bit late today, so she'll be here soon. I'm Alice Measel, 91 graduate of Salem, and this is my second term on the board.
Steve Motzinger, 1970 graduate.
Rodney Bruff, one of your former students.
I would say my favorite, but this is on TV.
Yeah.
Guess I should say that I was a graduate too at Salem Community Schools. Okay,
Yes.
so
Yes.
alumni.
So our first interview this evening is with Judy Saunders. So many people know Miss Judy from teaching for years and years and years.
39 years here in
integral part of our community. So we're going to just kind of start off, and each of us are going to take turn asking you a question, and then just chat away. So tell us why you have applied for this position on the school board.
Well, now it's just a perfect timing for me to apply for the position. I was a teacher for 39 years, and I have experience. And I would like to make a contribution in making decisions for the education of the children in the community. I have experience with literacy programs. I'm familiar with making organizational decisions. I respect confidentiality. I'm a good listener, and I value education, just like all of you members, and I think I would be a good fit with this particular board. The timing is just perfect. I just recently finished a book by Daniel Pink, and it's called When. And the timing of things is important for the success of a program or an organization or a business. So this is the right time. Have the time to donate as a volunteer. Mm-hmm. And that's one of the things I want to do, is be a volunteer for the community.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you. I'm not going to direct all of these, but I'm speaking for Becky right now for a little bit. Are there certain areas of the school corporation that you're especially passionate about?
Well, my passion lies in literacy with young children, not to really make them proficient readers, but just to make them lifelong readers, and to have love for reading, and to make them love learning. But as my children and grandchildren are going through middle school, I appreciate the teachers at middle school. I can tell you that. That's a whole area in heaven itself. I just could not do middle school. In high school, I've got the grandkids going through high school now, so I have developing an appreciation for sports and athletics. So I'm not focused on one area. It's the whole educational community. Mm-hmm. But if you need expertise, I'm really good at reading.
Yes, you are.
All right. I was supposed to do 2.
I had the wrong. I'm sorry.
It's okay. That's okay. That's all right. You want me to go ahead or go for it? Okay. Well, describe your view of the roles of the school board and the superintendent, and what is the ideal relationship between these two, the school board and the superintendent?
Well, I anticipated some questions like this.
What number are you on?
I'm on 8.
Oh, okay, you jumped on.
Oh, I didn't know.
Okay. You're good.
I believe the board must represent and be receptive to parents, students, and staff in that they have to work in conjunction with the superintendent. And I think they need to be good listeners before they make any decisions or judgments. And you have to respect if somebody has a different opinion.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you.
I also believe that we have some talented teachers here in the school system, and we need to focus on keeping them in our school system. We have excellent teachers in the elementary, middle school, and especially in high school.
I agree.
We have some good
Yeah.
ones.
Absolutely.
Are we back to number 4?
Yeah, we'll go back to number 4.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I guess what special strengths do you believe you would bring to this board?
Okay. Organizational skills is my number one strength. Being a good listener, not being judgmental. I have a positive attitude. Literacy, and I value research and data and testing, and the data that you get back from the student testing. I think that can be used to help students succeed. So I think organizational and then the experience in the classroom.
So, Mrs. Saunders, you talked about relationship as an educational piece in the elementary school. You see parents when they first start, so that's where this whole deal starts. If we don't get it right there, then we're in trouble. But so what have you seen that we've done well in the past, and what do you think we've done bad in the past? Not just not as a school board, but as
You mean as parents or as a school board?
as Salem Community Schools.
Well, you have successful students that contribute to society. I mean, you have people go out, I cannot remember the student's name that has the airport thing that started up Spirit.
Shannon,
Yes,
I can't pronounce her last name.
and you have people, former doctors that come from our community schools. You have a lot of success. A lot of kids go to college and they're successful, but then you have them go to the trade schools, which I think are very important too. And then they come back to the community, and they are workers in our community. A lot of them are parents in our community, so when they come back to the community, I think that's a good reflection of our educational system. Right now, I don't know of any problems that I've heard about with the school, but when you get negative comments, I usually think maybe that particular person has had a bad experience with somebody in the school system, and it's just turned them off, and you sometimes cannot change somebody's mind about something, an issue or something. And they may be right about something, and it's just the way that you handle a situation. But I can't think of anything negative right now off the top of my head.
Yeah, well, one thing you see is that as open meetings and people talk about transparency of school boards and the whole 9 yards, but nobody ever shows up, minus Mrs. Purley, the superintendent. But
Well, we watch it on live
some
streaming.
people watch it on, but that opening comment section of having that back and forth to have that, you're right, is to
Well, I've sat in observed meetings at the high school in that large room.
Right.
I'm trying to think. But there was superintendent, there was an issue with that.
Mhm.
I'm not sure about it,
Yeah.
but I did go to listen and
Yeah.
try to learn about that.
Yeah.
And I thought that was very transparent. And I think you all followed the letter of the law.
We do our best.
I know, yeah.
Could we hear that? Could you say that again?
Oh, you followed the letter of the law, and I do appreciate that. I mean,
Thank you.
you have to. And sometimes people make judgments, and they're uninformed judgments. You can't help that.
Right.
We all make mistakes. We're all human, whether it's board, school, whoever. Thanks for that.
Okay, Mrs. Saunders. It's hard for me to call you that because I know you by Judy so well.
That's all right. I answer to a lot of things. Anna,
I can get my
Mrs.
paper.
Claus.
pardon me,
Here we
Mrs.
go.
Claus.
Mrs. Claus, yes.
Sorry.
What are the main factors on which you will base your decisions as a school board member?
The main factors. First of all, I have to look at the question or the concern. And I usually make a list of pros and cons on it. And I'm sure there's going to be some kind of material to read us, for us to read and absorb, and then ask questions about it, and then talk to the other board members. Talking to other people, you sometimes change your mind and you learn things. I mean, I may assume something is one way because of my upbringing as a city girl is a lot different than here.
And I think it's very important to be a good listener
Yes,
because you do learn things every single day.
absolutely. I was trained from my dad from being a little girl. You've got 2 ears and 1 mouth, so use your ears. So I try to listen.
That's good advice.
Real good advice.
That's good advice. In what ways, if you're appointed to the board, what ways would you involve yourself in the community of SCS to know what's going on? And
Well, right now, I volunteer and help Stacy do some testing on the kindergartners. That's just like once every couple months. I don't do subbing because after I retired, I did some volunteer work at the pregnancy center for 10 years until COVID came along. And that was educational. I had to get certified and worked in rooms teaching young women to be mothers and some budgeting skills and different things. That was really a good thing to do. And I had some former students, so there was a connection there. And I like it when you can make connections. Oh, do you remember me? And I said, oh, yeah, I do. You were one of my favorites.
I thought it was just me. Sorry.
So I think that's important. I wouldn't go to the classrooms unless I was invited. I would go to basketball games, and soccer this year is a new experience for me. Didn't know anything about that. Softball, attend the athletic events and some of the programs. I'd like to be a chaperone at dances, but I got my orders not to.
institute like a 6-inch rule.
No, it's like 3 of them. Oh, Nana, don't come. But it would be fun.
It would be
Yeah,
fun.
definitely.
Because you want to dance or you want to supervise?
I want to dance.
Okay.
Yeah, I
There we
love
go.
that. Teach them some new moves. Yeah.
All right. Becky.
All right. What else would you like for the board to know?
Right.
For the board to know about you as we
Right.
consider you as a candidate on the board, for this board position. What would we need to know about you? You think?
That I'm service and community oriented. If you've read my papers, I do a lot of volunteering. And I do a lot of things confidential. I'm a person that if I hear something or know something, I don't share it unless it's okay with the confidant. It's just good timing. I have the time to donate and give back to the community. And I think I have some insight on education. One thing I'd like to see come back is cursive writing, but that's not going to be a big issue. It would just be appreciated.
My mama would agree on that one.
Yeah, mine would too.
Agreed on that one. Where are we? Number 9. Do you have any personal issues or any conflicts of interest that would impact your service on the board in any way?
No, I think most of you had children go through here and grandchildren go through here, and so we don't have any issues with that.
So would you have any You know, I mean, your daughter's a teacher, so, and you do have grandkids, you know,
In the
is
school.
there anything that you would see?
But the problem, no,
Mhm.
Jill's been here like 24 years already.
Has it been that long
Uh-huh.
already? Wow. Okay.
Yeah. She was the first person that Mr. Sutton hired. Do you remember Mr. Sutton?
Mhm.
Yes,
Mhm.
I love Team 7.
Right.
That was
Okay.
That was in 2001, so it's been a while. So I don't think I'd have any problems.
Okay,
I don't think she's had any issues over the years either.
okay, excellent.
I've got kind of a long question here for you, so I'm going to read it. But if a parent comes to you regarding an issue at a school building or with a particular teacher or coach, how do you see your role as a school board member in responding to that parent?
First of all, I ask them if they've talked to the teacher personally. Then if they've gone up the chain of command, if they've had a conference with the teacher and maybe the building principal, and if things got resolved that way, I think that's just the proper way of doing it before they come to the school board members. I would listen, though. I think they just need to have the comfort that somebody's a listener. And I would just guide them to go back and go through the proper channels of talking to the teacher first, because I think that's where things can be resolved. It could have been a substitute in there instead of the classroom teacher. Issues happen. There's a difference in a child's perspective than a parent's, than what's reported at home. I can give you an example, and this is the truth. When Mr. Flick was here, he came to my room one day and told me I was going to be Teacher of the Year, and I was so excited. I thought, oh, that's really neat. And I said, what for? And he said, because you're taking your kindergarten class to Hooters. And I was going like that. I said, I'm not going to Hooters. A parent had called him in and said I was taking the kids to Hooters. We were going to Huber's for the pumpkin picking. And see, that's what was translated, Hooters instead of Huber's. I mean, it's funny now, but that's how things get misinterpreted.
Exactly.
So I didn't get Teacher of the Year that
You
year.
didn't get Teacher of the Year that
Because I
year?
didn't take Mr. Flick to Hooters.
Aw.
And you did not go to Hooters? Okay.
No, but things are just misunderstood. So I do know that can happen.
I've had that.
Maybe a parent was wanting to chaperone or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I just didn't investigate that. I let Mr. Flick take care
Yeah,
of that one.
I would have stayed away from that.
But, you know, you just kind of think, how can that happen?
Yeah.
But it does. And I used to tell my parents at the first meeting, don't believe everything you hear here, and I won't believe half of what I hear about at home. Because kids come in and tell things that happen at home, and you have to think, oh my goodness.
You don't have to say what Carter came
No,
out.
no, but I need to write a book is what I really need to do. You know, like Art Link letters, kids say the funniest things.
Yes.
They do. Because that's the way they
Change
hear
the
it.
names.
I have a friend who's a kindergarten teacher, and he posts, you know, like some kind of story from the day, and he'll put like, well, how was your day? And it's just always the things that they come up with or say. And
Is he from Salem?
yes,
Yes, I know who he is. Excellent. Yes,
Yes.
I know. Follow him too.
yeah.
See, we do have good people that go out and about.
We have lots of them.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I always enjoy his little stories from the day. You know, and how was your day? Here's my adventures from kindergarten.
Now, Miss Chastain and I used to laugh a lot. I've got some stories, but I don't want to share them all.
The next question is basically falls into the same one. So what does the chain of command in the school system mean to you?
It's important. I would rather, if there's a problem or an issue, I would rather somebody come talk to me first to see my perspective of it. And, you know, it may cause me to change my mind or something, or explain to them that what they don't understand. But I believe go to the classroom teacher first, and then to the maybe school principal or counselor, depending on what the issue is, before you come over here and get all excited.
Yeah, and that's probably perceived from a lot of people that doesn't happen, but that is the way it happens. I mean,
Yes,
especially
and
with-
I think I would ask for some tips. If you're out and about, like at the grocery store or at a ball game, and somebody comes up to you, you need to have a way to say, let's talk about this later. This isn't the appropriate place to discuss this.
You just got to quit going to ball games, going out and vote.
Keep boundaries in place.
Yeah, it's tough, and it takes a while. This is my 6th year, but I think I've gotten a lot better than my first year, because everybody's got an issue and thinks that you don't care or you're not taking care of it, but genuinely we do, and our superintendent does, our principals do, our custodians do.
I know they do.
The whole nine, I mean, it's that kids are at the forefront of every decision we ponder or make or talk about or whatnot. So, but it's key to allow, go back to the chain of command, talk to them, because we always tell people is if you kind of constantly go back to somebody, then we've got the wrong people hired. If we're constantly micromanaging somebody, then we're
That's
not.
a big issue. I don't care for micromanaging.
Right.
If you, like you say, if you hire the right people, they take care of things.
Take care of the buildings.
And a lot of times it's the secretaries that really help you out a lot.
Yeah, Jana probably.
Yeah.
She needs a raise. And
Extraordinary.
put her and Tracy out there.
Yeah.
And Lana. She's probably the most important one. Did she do the payroll?
Yeah. Stay on our good side.
It's
Very
Always.
important.
girl
Yeah.
power here now. Not just in the building, but on board and the whole nine.
Okay, as a school board member, who will you go to in order to seek advice or input in weighing key decisions?
Well, first of all, I go to prayer. Just want to make that. I do that first. And I don't know, I'd have to know all of you first personally before I could say, Mr. Monsignor, could you help me out on this? I was approached about something and I'm not sure how to handle it. Depends on what the problem is too. If it's a personal problem with the parent, it might be something that I could go to a counselor at the classroom. It just depends on the situation. But I would think about it first before I did anything. I wouldn't just jump in and say, oh, well, I'll take it to the school board. Sometimes you have to think things through and decide, make some list of what's good or bad about it. And then you can make some suggestions about, you might need counseling or the child might need this, whatever the issue is.
Sure. Just another way of being able to help. Thank you.
I think you've kind of already talked about this. What are some things you think are really great about SCS?
The staff, for one thing. I think we have wonderful staff. The counselors in high school, I'm impressed with them. But I never had interaction until the later years when my grandchildren were going through. I always appreciated the cohesiveness in the elementary building. We were really, still, Mrs. Kramer, Mrs. Morris, and I get together. We talk to Mary every week, and we get together for lunch. It's just good in your grade level. I think that's when you can appreciate that, when people can work together and share ideas. And then just continuing all the way through. Teacher, staff, the facilities are wonderful. We have a beautiful campus. I like the way it's all integrated and close together. So that's a compliment to the school system. And I think the board makes really good decisions.
Thank you.
I'll say the current board. There was only one time, I'll put myself online about this, only one time in my whole career that I think they made a mistake. It's that when they didn't hire David Beck. I don't know, you probably weren't even alive then.
I was.
Were you on the board then? He was a good person.
Oh, yeah. I totally agree.
Yeah.
I love David Beck.
Yeah. I think he would have been awesome. But we've had some good leadership. We've had lots of good elementary principals.
We'll go back to number 3.
You did
Okay.
it already.
All right. What do you see as the biggest opportunities and the biggest challenges currently facing our school district?
I think it's financial from the state right now, funding the school systems. I don't understand the transportation of going to another school when they could be a residential school here. I haven't figured that one out yet, going to other schools in the community or in the county.
Okay.
That's about it.
All right. Very good. Does anybody have anything else?
That was a good one to end on, that question there.
Mhm.
I think that's one
Well,
that's that's affecting all of Indiana right now. You know,
The funding?
the funding,
Yes.
and how that comes about, and,
Right.
and what schools are, schools are having to market themselves. They're having to send buses to other schools, other towns, stuff of that nature, which is, seemed in your era, and even with Dr. Thurston prior to Jill, that unethical to send a bus to another town. But current legislation and laws have changed, the practices of schools, unfortunately. And we were the last school to do that in this county, and we've started doing that now. But that's
Well,
a challenging decision.
I think this would be an opportunity to learn some things. No, I just didn't understand it. And I thought, why? I don't know. I just think this is such a great school system.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I agree.
I think it's just
I agree.
competition out there.
Well, I have a question for you. When I was on some committees with Mr. Sutton and we were selecting another kindergarten teacher, we all got to have a question. My question is, what book have you just finished, or what book are you reading? Because I told you I'm a literacy person, and the one I've just finished, and I am going to tell you all to read it. It's a really good book. It's called The Boys of Riverside. It was published, it's written by Thomas Fuller. It was published in 2024. It's about a deaf school in Riverside, California, totally deaf. The instructors are deaf. The children are from first grade through high school, and I think it's about 126 students. And sports are important because you need to feel like a family, and these kids are not with their families because a lot of families don't believe in signing. This was a signing school, and I know a little bit of signing. And it's a little biographies on different boys. Like one of them lives in a car with his dad in a Target parking lot before he can go to school. But the gist of it is, they won. They were a school with 8 students on a football team instead of 11 because rural teams didn't have enough students. Like we have different divisions, that's how they did it. And they won the championship out there. And the other public schools that had students they could hear couldn't understand. Well, they became a family, and that's what you want here, is a family unit, especially in the classrooms. You want a family unit for children to feel important, and it's just awesome.
Check that out.
Yeah, me too.
I'm not finished with it. I'm just stayed up last night reading it. This is so good. I'm going to tell them about this book. But sometimes, if you have a chance to talk to somebody, ask them what they're reading. It's very interesting.
All right. Anybody else have
Yeah.
anything? All right. Well, we will. I think the plan is after we do all the
everybody.
interviews, we were going to have a special meeting on Monday at 6.
Next Monday.
Next Monday at 6, to where we will discuss and vote on the next member.
Okay.
So stay tuned.
Okay.
Thank you,
All
Mrs.
right.
Saunders.
Thank you so much for coming in and your time and your
See, I was
interest.
easy. Now you can figure out what to ask other people.
Thank you.
And you were all my favorite school board members.
Oh, I love that. You made our night. We needed that. Thank you.
I bet you do sometimes.
Yeah.
I really
Yeah,
do.
no, we really do. No, it's refreshing.
No, but you followed the law because I did look that one up.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay,
Go
good
back to
luck.
mine.
Thank you, Judy.
I wish us
2,
luck.
8, and
Tonight we
14.
got
Let's do it.
2 girls in one
I
gym.
know.
and
I
one
just
in the
got,
other
when
gym at
you
the
said
same
do
time.
one, and I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It'll be a fun game
So,
to watch.
oh yes, I agree.
Well,
Let's-
I told Jim I was.
No.
now we got our
We got
back
through 'em all.
lunches. Yeah.
Hi, darling.
There's your other
numbers.
I know, so there's a lot there. Okay, and then put Judy on that one. And then you're done with this one, just leave it open like that. Yeah, just move it there. And then go on summer. And then she'll give us another pile, and then we'll put your piles here. I mean, that's. We might tell me where to put my piles.
Okay, you go by the pile.
Put that pile there, put that pile.
Tiffany's roller skating. On her list of activities she enjoys, she has roller skating.
This is where you did Judy. I'm going to stick Judy.
How's your knees? Are you all better?
Supper's here whenever you all are ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah.
You ready?
Well, so. Here.
You've still got, especially in this cold weather, they've got to be aching. I know.
Okay.
Okay.
Questions?
This is Summer.
Hi, Summer.
Hello.
Hi. How are you today?
Good, how are you guys?
Good. Thank you for coming. So this is Summer Lang. So she has applied for this open position on the board. Do you know everybody, or would you like for us to introduce yourselves? Or?
Ty, Becky, Allison. Nope.
Steve.
Steven.
Steve.
Okay.
Steve Fonsinger.
Rodney.
Jen. Okay. Good to meet you all.
I know. Nice to meet you. So thank you so much for coming in and your interest. I'm always pleased when people have a heart for wanting to serve in the community and in the schools and volunteer in different ways. So thank you for sticking your name in here, and I appreciate that. We're just going to take turns asking you some questions, and at the end, if you have anything that you want to ask us. So is that okay?
Sounds great.
Okay, very good. Can you tell us why you were interested in applying for this appointment to the school board?
So the honest truth is, my husband saw that there was a need, and he sent me a text and said, Summer, you'd be perfect for this. And he said, you should think about it. So I did. I thought about it, prayed about it. The next day, I typed up my resume and then brought it in the next day. So it was my husband saying, hey, you'd be great, go. So that was it.
It's a little word of encouragement then.
Yep. So last week, that was my first thought about it. So
Okay.
Do you have children?
I have a daughter as a senior and one as a sophomore here.
Awesome. Am I ready for number 2?
Go for it.
Okay. Are there any areas of the Salem Community Schools that you are more passionate about? I think maybe you might have kind of gone right into what you just said about your children being here.
Yeah. They're here, so they talk a lot. They're girls. They talk when they get home, and so we know. Eric and I know a lot about what's going on as far as their peer group and their grade level and just everything that they encounter with faculty and things like that. So we hear a lot, and so I guess we have our ears to the ground. And yeah, I think any parent would want to make a helpful choice or change if the ability became, available.
So are there any that you're completely more passionate about, like areas, or just that in general, just everything? I guess?
Yeah, just anything. I have no agenda. I haven't thought about this
Right,
at all.
no.
I don't know. So if something comes along, essentially, just like I said in my bio, that I would just stand for whatever seems true and right at the time, and just make sure that everyone is held accountable, and just make sure that the right things are done in any situation, and that people are encouraged along the way. I think that's important because we're all dealing with something every day, right? So we need to encourage each other as well as just kind of deal with things gently, but with truth. So.
Thank you so much.
Summer, what do you see as some of our biggest opportunities and maybe some of our biggest challenges with schools? Or with the district, I should say.
I hadn't nailed any down, so I guess it's just going to be as things come, you know. I seriously just, like I said, I just thought about this a week ago. I do not have an agenda.
Yes.
I do not have a list of things to change, but I want to be the right person as far as, like, you know, taking positive steps towards the right answers with each of you, and we each put our heads together and figure things out, and, you know, find the honest answers for things, and hopefully leave things better than we found them. I honestly just don't have any other
Yeah. Okay.
no causes or, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No hills you're ready to go
Right.
die on.
Yeah.
I don't-
Good.
What special strengths do you believe that you bring to this board?
Special strengths. I'm not afraid to speak to people. I'm not afraid to encourage people. I observe people. I like to make people feel noticed, heard, and seen. And again, accountability is super important to me. If I see that something is kind of being missed, or I would hope that I would speak up. Hopefully, you know, we would all be in a room of trust, a circle of trust, where we, you know, if I feel like something was missed, that I would speak up about it and make sure that the right thing is done in that circumstance.
In your view, what has the district done well over the last several years, and what has they failed at in the last several years?
So we got here 3 years ago. So I mean, where have we done well and where have we not? I think we got here right as masks were just about to be coming off the faces at the end of 21. My children started school in January of 22, having moved here from California. And we homeschooled before that, and so my ability to compare to other schools isn't there really, as far as, you know, and it's been 25 years since I was in school, so it's different. But I'm gonna have very short answers because I don't have any bones to pick, and I don't.
Well, COVID was a really trying time for education throughout the United States, and so for you to come right after that, I mean, it happened in March of 2020, March 12th of 2020, we shut down school. I remember I was the board president. and so that, you know, what states did that? What happened with that? I think you've seen some changes in schools after that, as far as, you know, missing policies, clinics we've had to play. So we've grown from that too, and stuff.
Nice.
That nature. So kids can go back to right on campus instead of having to leave, and parents having to leave work and stuff of that nature. So we've learned from a lot of that stuff right after you came. What do you think have you seen anything that you think we fell from? Or compares to, if you were, I know there's associations with homeschooling, right? I have family members at homeschool, so is there anything that you see that there's different that to compare to?
Not really.
Yeah.
No. We kept to ourselves. Well, no, we didn't. We hung out with a lot of different people with different activities, but as far as scholastic, so California's school system was very much different than here,
Right.
which is the reason that we left. Everything about California was just, we didn't stand for the things that they stood for, and so it was just time to leave finally. So I think that thus far what we've seen here has been good, and we're pleased with it. Eric and I haven't seen anything that we're upset about, or, you know, I think that everybody has done a good job, and I think that everybody has a growth. We all have a growth period that we go through, so I have reason to believe that, you know, you guys have done well and will continue to do well at this district.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
What are the main factors on which you will base your decisions as a school board member?
what seems right, basically under God, you know. Being a very conservative Christian, I would compare it just basically to Scripture. And if I feel like something, you know, if something that's going on that is a conflict or a topic of interest that is it, I would just compare it to, you know, what does the Bible have to say about this topic? And I mean, that's honestly where I go for anything that I do. Eric and I both base all of our life choices on what would please the Lord and what would follow in suit with God. So don't know if I'm supposed to say that, but that's the truth.
Yeah, no, that's, yeah.
It's as far as I'm concerned, it's a very good, honest answer, and appreciate that very much.
If you were to be a board member, what ways would you want to involve yourself to be involved about the community and to support Salem Community Schools?
You know, I guess I don't know all the different things that you do. I've only come here for a couple different meetings, and I mean, subject to scheduling, but I'm pretty open. So I'll do as many things as I'm open for, you know.
Very good.
Summer, describe your view of the roles of the school board and the superintendent. What's the ideal relationship between the two?
I mean, she's at all the meetings, right? And is she your guys' superior, or are you guys on the same? I guess I don't know.
So the school board hires the superintendent.
Okay.
That answers your-
So she's slightly under?
she
But we
runs the
don't.
school.
She's
She runs
But
the
over,
school.
she runs.
Yeah, we don't.
Okay.
We
Does
don't
she
trump
make
her.
decisions based on your input, or does she wait?
She can, yeah, she can take our input, public's input, but
Okay.
she's charged with running the school corporation.
We don't micromanage either.
No, she's pretty good about doing her own, or like doing her own research, like before, like involving us.
Okay.
She's got mentors that she can, check in with too.
Nice.
Yeah. Not that she wouldn't come to us, but it's just you'll find that you do other things in your life, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
jobs and stuff and working, or you're at home, and so she's doing hers, and she does a fantastic job. Yeah.
Good.
So
Good.
we don't really have to.
She's very good in the communication department. She just
Yes.
keeps us informed very well,
Good.
and she tries very hard to make our jobs as easy as possible. And sometimes they're not, but most of the time they are. And the superintendent's role is to manage and support the school.
Okay.
Summer, are there any personal issues or conflicts of interest that would impact your service on the board?
I don't think that I see any. Nope.
Alrighty, Summer, I've got one for you. If a parent comes to you regarding an issue about a school building or with a particular teacher or coach, how do you see your role as a board member in responding to that parent?
If the parent comes directly to me,
Right, yeah.
like, because are you guys, things need to be confidential, right? So you wouldn't be permitted to share too much with that person?
Not necessarily that. So let's say a parent comes to you about a child and they say, oh, my kid was mad at this teacher because this teacher did this and this and this. I guess how would you respond to that?
Well, I mean, if there's a chain of command, I would assume that I am not the next in chain of command. I would assume
Right,
that
yes.
I would need to ask them to please. I would have to find out who is the person, right?
Right.
Because I'm not that person. I would probably be looking like the easy fish, right? But you guys would let me know what the chain of command for that would be, and I would
Right.
ask them, I wouldn't be able to help that. I could maybe give some encouragement as a parent, but as far as a school board member, I'd probably be like, oh, let's find the right person to talk to about that.
That's a good
That's a good
answer.
answer. That's a good answer, yeah. I like the fish.
Question 11 falls into question 10. I'm not going to ask it. Is that okay?
It's fine.
As a school board member, the question was, what do you consider changing? I know you're already answering that. The way you just went about it, and find the right person for them to talk to, and if that comes up, then you'll eventually get to the board if it's not handled all the way down there, so you're correct. But as a school board member, who would we go to in order to seek advice or input on weighing key decisions of the board? So stuff that's brought to us, such as budget, such as building a tennis court, building all this.
So is it your guys' job when that happens to do like research? Everybody kind of has a role?
It's a group effort.
We all have to.
Yeah, with superintendent, assistant, or superintendent, assistant superintendent, buildings, facilities, principals. She goes to, she brings that information to us, and then we bring our, we feel like in the best interest of the school as well too. But some of it's not very popular decisions. Some of them end up being better after people see that it happens. But I guess it's how would you base your decision making on that stuff? Just like you said though, on something you wish you would, if you saw something, if you see it, say it.
Yeah.
So is there something that you saw that we're not? We built a new band room and a new choir room because kids have been walking across the street for the last, since I went to school here, which is 28 years ago. Something we fixed, and we said some people didn't think we should, and others thought we should, and I think we should. We got a great room now we use for a lot of different things, and it's got a generator in case of a storm or snow or ice or something of that nature. But who would you make those decisions based on?
You would probably tell me because I would probably have to ask you guys. I don't know. I have no idea. Who would I ask? I don't know. If it's a group discussion, I guess I would just sit and kind of listen to you guys because each of you probably has a strength.
Right.
A person that you reach out to, people that you know a guy. I don't, I'm still kind of new in town, so I know a couple guys, but I don't know everybody. Yeah, definitely.
It's good to know a few.
I'd have to learn
Yeah.
for a few months.
Dave, you go.
What are things you think are great about Salem Community Schools?
Things that are great here. The openness and friendliness of the staff, and when we got here 3 years ago, it was Principal Albert. He welcomed us just tremendously. Even just we did online schooling from California for 6 months. He and Mr. Mizak, they both were and Mrs. Mahiran, very instrumental in helping us feel very welcomed and loved. And the second we walked on the property, having just arrived into the state, they were all just very loving and kind, and so just the welcoming spirit of people that since we've been here, and a lot of opportunities. My senior daughter has had a lot of opportunities. Like her first year, the newspaper was still here, and she wrote a lot of articles for the Leader, I guess.
I remember seeing her name.
That's what
And so Anna Lang was, so she wrote a lot of articles. I can't remember if she would have been a sophomore doing that. And so she was in journalism class, and then she also then got to take a camera home and learned how to also be a photographer at some of the sporting events, and so that was fun for her. And that opened a lot of doors for me because then I tagged along with her and got to meet a lot of people as well, and then I started doing photography with her. And so that helps you meet people, and then just all like so many events, so many activities, so many just ways to get with people, and people, you know, the parents that I've all met have been very kind and welcoming as well, so.
Those are good things to hear.
I'll have
Yeah.
to tell Mr. Mizek that he works for me now,
Oh,
since he retired as a teacher, but I'll tell him he's finally found somebody that liked him.
oh yeah. Yeah, I think we adopted him. I think we don't call him Uncle Frank, but you could say.
Oh, you're talking,
Right.
I was gonna say,
okay.
I think he was, I
I
think
was
she was
talking-
talking
I was
about the
talking-
son. I think she was talking about the son.
Okay, you saw that.
Oh, yeah.
I was talking about his dad.
Oh, no, I haven't met him.
His dad taught over at middle school for 40-some years.
Wow.
But
Yeah,
yeah,
no.
Frank is tremendous.
He's wonderful.
person.
He's so friendly, and yeah, he was always like, Summer, if you guys need anything, just tell me. So
That's awesome.
always like, he was our advocate, and he said he advocates for so many different people who just don't know what they're doing, their parents need help or whatever. So that was us. We were like, what do we do?
That's
So-
a good plug.
What would you like for the school board to know about you as we consider you as a candidate?
I'm open, friendly, I'm truthful, I am careful, I don't blurt, I'm not rude and mean, you know, I'm not the venting person who's like, oh, I have an opinion, everybody needs to know. I think that everybody needs to have discernment and calm down and take a step back when they get heated up and just like, let's see what do we need to do next, and try not to burn any bridges in the process. I think that's super important. And just try, you know, just leave things better than you found them. I think that should always be, you know, and treat people the way you want to be treated. That's always so. And you know, don't tell people secrets, things like that. You know, basic friend rules.
Right.
But
All right, thank you, Summer.
All right. Do you have any questions for us?
how long is this seat open for? Like, or, you know, until the next election, or?
It'll be a 4-year position. So until 2029, December of 2029.
December 31st.
Wow. Okay.
So it's a 4-year commitment.
Okay.
We meet once a month for our regular meetings, and then there's, meetings throughout
Okay.
the year as well.
You take summers off?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
But like she said, it's just once a month.
Yeah. Okay.
And unless we have something important comes up, we'll call a special meeting or something. But it works out pretty good. I'm pretty much in my 38th year in this, not being on the board. So I've been
Wow.
around it for a while. It takes up a lot of time, but it's very special to your feelings inside, what you can do for the people around you and the kids.
Mm-hmm. I think, yeah, that's important, having the 2 kids there, and then I've grown attached to all of their, their friends and stuff, so it's important, try to make it better for them, and if you see, like Ty's mentioned in his past, if you see something or someone who's struggling, that maybe try to reach out and throw something out there that helps that person have a smoother ride.
Mm-hmm.
So I think just the knowledge of that, just me having my ear. I have a couple years in the school, so I think it's, if there's some way that I can help throw a new plan out there, that would help those kids, then okay.
Okay.
If I'm here for that, then that's what I'm here for. We'll see.
Well, next Monday at 6 p.m. we will be having another meeting to vote on filling this position. So
Okay.
that's the time frame.
Okay.
So find out in a week from now. But thank you so much for your interest in this position and for your willingness to
You
put
are still
yourself out there
interested
to
in it.
serve.
Aren't you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And there's the wonderful thing I think about the schools is there's so many opportunities to become involved and to volunteer and to just make a difference and make the world better. So,
Yeah.
thank you for sticking your neck out and
Sure.
coming in and talking to us this afternoon. Wasn't too bad, was it?
No. Thanks for having me.
All right,
Well,
thank you.
Also, I want to say welcome to Salem, Indiana.
Thank you.
We appreciate good people like you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Summer.
Yes.
All right.
You guys have
And then this next one will be Anthony. Will be this group. Not the- I think I'm right.
They just go to church.
You have me off the whole time? No. Thank you. Hear you better.
Yeah.
Don't get in the way.
They're all on. All right. I'll see you all.
All right, see ya.
It is, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whenever you're ready.
I think we're ready.
Is everybody ready?
Yep.
Love that.
Oh, we're talking about 30 minutes, 25
We're
minutes.
doing really good. Yeah, you got it. Really.
Thank you.
Did better with our order, didn't we?
Not much. Are you guys chilling?
No, this is
good.
perfect.
I'm good. Hello, hello. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Do we call you Joseph or Anthony?
Anthony, please.
I said the water thing.
Oh, thank you.
All right, Anthony, thank you so much for coming in today. So we're gonna each take turn asking you questions. This is Anthony Cyphers, I guess for the live stream. It's here for the open position and has thrown his name in here. So I'll ask several questions, and then next Monday at 6 p.m. in a special meeting, then we will have a vote to say whoever the next person will be. So that's the process. So just in case you're like looking at your phone later thinking, I'm going to get a phone call next Monday at 6.
Understood.
So very good. So why are you interested in applying for this open seat?
I'd say the biggest part of me is Salem's my home. Put down roots here when Sadie and I started a family. I grew up here, and I don't ever plan on leaving Salem. Well, ever plan on leaving Washington County, I should say. And the opportunity, I guess, to be involved, especially in an organization like the school where my kids go to school, my wife works, it's important. I know it's not an easy job, and I thought that, you know, with there being a vacancy, I contemplated really hard, should I even do it? And my wife encouraged me that she thought I should. So I guess my interest in applying is just to try to better serve my community.
Okay, awesome. There's some kind of back, something.
I'm hearing
I
too.
can turn the computer down if you'd like.
Yeah, please.
Yeah,
Do that.
Yeah, we're getting feedback.
I'm sorry. Can you hear that like
A little bit of feedback.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I'm like sitting.
I know, I
get a little
echo
tick or
it,
something
so,
over
yeah.
here.
You got really good
I appreciate
ears.
that, Alice.
Thank you, Todd.
No problem.
Oh, there, okay, it doesn't do it anymore. All right, thank you.
Are there areas of Salem Community Schools that you are kind of passionate about?
Yeah. Absolutely. I myself played a lot of sports growing up, was very involved in the art program. Once I got to high school, I currently am assistant varsity soccer coach, so athletics has always been something that I find very important.
In wrestling?
And so, well, yeah, I mean, my kids have been involved in about every sport. I was just a soccer player, so definitely getting my taste of all the sports now.
But I like that. I
Have
think they
all
all.
of them checked in
I like
some
that.
way.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. You should. They should.
Yes.
Yes, I agree. Try it all.
Enjoy
Absolutely,
seeing Dahlia's little
absolutely.
videos.
Yeah.
Makes me smile. I'm like, you go, girl.
Anthony, what do you see as the biggest opportunities and maybe some of our biggest challenges for our school district?
I see a lot, as far as challenges go, I don't think it's unique to Salem schools or to schools in general. Finding, keeping, and developing talent, teaching talent is not easy. I don't think there's probably a school in the whole state, probably the country, that wouldn't say that they wish they had more teachers who had more opportunities to develop and get better. So I think, I know with my career, it's the same way. Finding talent and finding a way to keep talent is very difficult. Not to dwell on sports too much, one thing I think that Salem does really well is Salem does offer a lot of opportunity in a lot of different areas for students with their extracurriculars. I think it's important that, you know, for years it seems like the school and school board has been very open to introducing new programs as there is a need or a desire, and I think continuing to have open ears and minds about what is going to be good or beneficial for students is always important. And I think Salem has done a very good job of that over the years.
Good, thank you. Any challenges you think we have as a school district?
I mean, other than obviously what I said earlier, none that I can think. I mean, I know there are many issues, but no glaring issues that I would point out.
I will take the glaring issues.
Alrighty. So what strengths do you believe that you personally would bring to the board?
Sure. The first is I'm very invested, obviously, in Salem Community Schools. Like I said before, my kids all go here. They're all going to graduate from here, just like I did. I'm a part of coaching soccer right now, and you know, hopefully, as my other kids get older, I'll have more opportunity with them to be involved in whatever activities they pursue. So being around, just a part of the school already. I own a local business, or I'm a partner at a local business. Salem, period, not just the school system, but Salem's my home, and improving everything about Salem is something that I find extremely important. I'm currently involved in City Plan Commission and Board of Zoning Appeals. I'm president of both of those. Before that, when we lived in the county in Canton, I was on the county board. I'm on Redevelopment Commission, which allocates certain special tax dollars for infrastructure projects or beautification, or helps with things like some of the engineering fees for the highway projects or some of the road projects. Not very interesting stuff, but it's important.
Important things.
It's important things that need to be done. With that, there is a budget we oversee. At work, there's also a budget I oversee. Making your spends wisely is difficult, because ultimately, no matter what it is, whether it's a school or a business, there's things you want to do that cost money that you can't spend because you don't have it. And there's certain decisions you have to make from a judgment call basis of, they're both important and arguably both equally important, but you can't do both and you have to do one. I've been in that position. I'm in that position almost every day. So I would say my experience with being a partner at my business, as well as just being involved in a lot of other boards, does give me some qualification for this. A little bit.
Okay. All right, thank you.
In your view, what has the district done well over the last several years, and what have they done poorly?
In my view, one thing that I think the district has done well at is adapting and trying to foresee future needs and do something about them. COVID was just a few years ago. I think everyone was in the same boat, but I know with kids in school during that time, of course there's learning adjustments, but a lot of quick decisions had to be made and logistics figured out, and I really feel like a good job was done. That doesn't just happen. There's people who make that happen. I think investing money into the physical structures of the schools and the facilities is important. Obviously, it's cool and looks nice, but at the end of the day, you have to maintain and improve things for their longevity. So things like the football field, the safe room additions, I think those are important. And I think the school has done a good job at trying to look for ways to do things that need done. What has the district done poorly? I'm no expert on everything that happens at the school, but I will just echo my prior statement. I think there's always room for improvement when it comes to attracting and retaining talent, because ultimately what makes Salem schools great and where we can always improve and do better by everybody is through the teachers. I mean, it is the teachers who make the school and the staff, and so continuing to invest and finding more ways to invest in both their continuing professional education and their quality of life, and making sure that they have the resources they need and the tools they need and feel supported is something that is always something worthy of striving towards improving.
Absolutely.
Anthony, what are the main factors on which you will base your decisions as a school board member?
I think as a school board member, the expectation is what is best for Salem schools as a whole, and not just Salem schools as a whole, but what is best for Salem schools now and in the future. It's really easy to get wrapped up in the immediate, especially when it comes to things that might not be easy or popular decisions, but basing your decisions on what is the right thing for the future. Because a lot of the decisions that are made, I mean, a child's education, you don't see the outcome of that for a decade or more. So you can't make decisions based on what you think the next 6 months look like. Yes, that's important, but I feel like you really have to think about the long-term impact of whatever your decision is.
I agree. Good answer.
Yeah. If you were to be a board member, what ways would you involve yourself in supporting Salem Community Schools?
I know one thing I've heard from a few people is just being available, being willing to listen. I am currently involved in the school system in a limited capacity by coaching. That's something I would like to very much continue continue.
Mm-hmm.
But I know it means a lot to physically see school board members from time to time. And I know there's lots of complications with always making that a reality. But being available and being there to listen to people, I think, is something that I would like to do.
Okay.
Anthony, describe your way of, your view of the roles of the school board and the superintendent, and what ideal relationship between the two.
Could you repeat the question? I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Describe your view of the roles of the school board and the roles of the superintendent, and what kind of relationship between the two. The school board and the superintendent.
That's a tough question. I guess in my understanding, superintendent is tasked with the day-to-day operation of the entire school corporation, which is a massive task. The school board is there to, among other things, when issues arise or when decisions need to be made, to act as, I don't want to say an impartial, because obviously everyone here is partial to Salem schools, rightfully so, but to try to offer other points of view, other experience, to ensure that the decisions made are prudent. I would like to think that most of the time having a positive working relationship between the superintendent and the school board is very important. Anytime there's conflict, especially long-term conflict, that leads to inefficiencies and things not getting done, or, God forbid, decisions being made for the wrong reasons. So although it's important to try to have that relationship, at the end of the day, sometimes the school board and the superintendent have to be at odds on certain things. There have to be disagreement. Without disagreement, I've found that things aren't being thought about hard enough, because there's always room for disagreement, especially when you involve multiple people with multiple perspectives and different backgrounds. It's expected, and that's not a bad thing. That's how better answers are found. So I hope that answered the question.
It is. Thank you.
Anthony, are there any personal issues or conflicts of interest that would impact your service on the board?
The only thing I could think, there are two potential issues. One is my spouse is employed by Salem Community Schools. The second would be I am currently a coach, an assistant coach, which in my current position is a paid position. So I am unaware if either of those two are true conflicts of interest, but those both, I think, present the possibility for a conflict. So
You would just have to resign as a paid coach and just be approved as the volunteer coach.
that's how I thought
You just can't do
something like that would work. And
Yeah, so you're giving us money.
that's,
And you're coming into no money.
yes, that's
You don't
not
get
a
paid.
problem.
This is not a
I'm
paid
sure Brian
position.
will still let me help.
No pay.
Did we put that on before we sent out anything, that this is a non-paid?
Right. Surprise.
Yeah.
No, I knew that.
We kept waiting for the check in the mail.
Alrighty, well, I'm going to ask you another one. So if a parent comes to you regarding an issue at a school building or with a particular teacher or coach, how do you see your role as a school board member in responding to that parent or coach?
I'll make some assumptions about the situation. By and large, I would say the initial reaction is, one, to listen. And I think an important quality of anyone involved on a board, especially a board that oversees things dealing with people's children, is the ability to listen, regardless of what it is, at least being willing to listen. is the first thing. But second, most issues ought to be brought to whatever school it is, I would think, first. If there's a specific teacher in question, that teacher directly reports to at least one, if not multiple, principals or supervisors in their school building. It's not, most issues aren't something that need to be necessarily brought before the school board when it comes to an individual child and individual teacher. They first ought to go to the individual school at hand. If there continue to be issues or concerns, I would imagine the superintendent would be the next person that they ought to speak to. Becoming directly involved in anything as a school board member like that without first appropriate channels being approached would not, I don't think, would be appropriate.
That's a good answer.
That's a good answer.
So I guess I would direct them to first
Right.
seek out the principals, and then if the issue persists, then seek out the superintendent.
So the number 11 question that we're not asking now is just what does the chain of command mean to you? And it sounds like you would take that serious and support that in the event of that. The next question is, as a school board member, who would you seek out for advice or input on weighing key decisions, such as the spending of, capital projects, stuff of that nature, stuff that you see? Who would you seek for advice on this?
I think depending on the question or where what the advice was in regard to, there could be several people. In a lot of things I know with other boards I'm on, a lot of the questions regard legal process. So I feel like legal counsel is always very important to consult. But other board members, I think, would be the first people to consult about questions or concerns or advice. I think especially if I were to come into this position, I'd be brand new to the school board, and I know I count 5 right here that have years of experience, and so I think the first people I'd approach would be the existing members. The superintendent as well, I think, would be a great resource for questions or concerns. But I think that would be the place to start with advice.
Good answer.
No, would you not have firsthand legal advice? Please
Yes,
tell me.
yes. Consulting the appropriate legal professional
I wondered.
would be important.
I didn't know.
Just don't bill us when I ask your advice for something. It's a son-father conversation.
Yeah, I didn't know if you knew what your dad does.
I do.
On Monday nights.
Yes.
Okay.
I know what your dad likes
Yeah.
for lunch and probably supper and all that. Spent a lot of time.
Absolutely. Yep.
Anthony, what are things you think are great about Salem Community Schools?
I think there's a lot great about Salem Community Schools. Soccer being one of them. The only sport I played competitively and really had a passion for was soccer, organized sports. And the fact that in our county, Salem is the only school that offers that, I think is wildly important. Giving kids an opportunity to be a part of a team and to be a part of a group activity where they can develop a sense of purpose and see through the fruits of their efforts and more than just academics is important, regardless of what that is. The second thing I think's really important and special about Salem Community Schools is the amount of passion and, I guess, care that almost every teacher and school administrator has here. It's not my story, but, things like I work with someone whose, a child was going through a rough time, just going through some stuff. and a teacher noticed and reached out to mom just to, is everything okay? Just can tell something's off. That stuff matters. Being seen and heard matters. And when I was in school, that was true. And I know in my own experience with my children, that has been true. So I'd say most of all, really, that part is having people who care and want to be here and want to do right by kids is wildly important, and continuing to foster that and make sure that that remains the case, I think is one of the top priorities, or should be one of the top priorities.
Thank you.
Anthony, what else would you like for the school board to know about you as you consider to be a candidate on the board?
Sure. There's one thing with the very first question, probably should have added. I don't really have any agenda. I don't have a singular issue that to me is something I feel like I need to come into the seat to solve or to change. I think that's important to say. More so, I really am just looking for an opportunity to serve and to be a part of this. So, other than that, unless you have any other questions for me, I don't really know that there's anything else I have to offer.
Do you have any questions for us? No?
You don't want to know how much you'll get paid?
Well, I know the answer to that.
You're losing.
That's right, yeah.
You're going to save the school some money. That's
right. There you go.
Well, thank you so much for
Thank you, Anthony.
your willingness to serve and for coming in and giving us your time and throwing your name in there.
I very much
So-
appreciate your consideration and time as well.
Thank you
All
for
right,
your wife.
so
She's a
Monday at 6.
pleasure.
Thank you
Good.
very much.
No.
Appreciate
So,
it.
all right. Thank
All
you
right.
very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah, we probably should have said there's no pay, no benefits.
Well, that's what I thought. I mean, if somebody thinks they're coming on
Really good to know that.
I was
To
gonna
get
say,
some
I
of your
think
money.
everybody knows that.
You'd be surprised.
I'm freezing. Jana, I'm cold.
Okay.
I know, Ty.
It's fine. It's okay.
Heat. Bring on the heat. If I drink more coffee, I'll have to.
Allison is here, so whenever we're ready.
Jenna, my wife told me this morning, she says, Anna called and reminded you to tell you that you got a meeting at 3:30
I've
today.
been freezing.
I said,
I gotta remind everybody that I know.
Yeah.
I knew I had a doctor's appointment. I said, oh, man,
I'm
I
good.
gotta be down there at 3:30.
Good. You said you're
But
cold.
luckily,
Freezing over here.
I went to look, I had it written down wrong, it was at 9:50, so.
I keep the house on 61, but I'm young and crazy, so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, look. Yay.
Hear that old heat coming.
I love it. I'm going to register by me. Come ahead. Good lady. Can I have your cup for a second?
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you all?
Good.
Well, since you asked,
Bring it on, let's go.
I'm hungry.
You're hungry? It's about
Soon.
that time, isn't it?
Yeah, for too long.
Soon. Allison, thank you so much for coming in
Yeah, of course.
today and meeting with us and throwing your name in the ring and willingness to find opportunities to serve. So thank you for doing that. And,
Of course.
so we are just going to take turns asking you some questions, give you an opportunity to ask us any questions
Sure.
that you may have. And then next Monday at 6, we will have another special meeting to fill the position.
Okay.
So that's kind of the process.
Sounds good.
So why are you interested in being on the school board?
Well, I ran in the fall and was unsuccessful, so I'm glad to have a second opportunity to be here. Of course, I have a kiddo that's in first grade, so my loyalties lie with the school. You know, he's going here, I went here, so obviously my interests lie here from graduating here. And I'm trying to dip my big toe into servant leadership. So this is one of the ways I'd like to get started, because anybody who knows me outside of work or, you know, just in my friends, I talk about my family all the time. I complain about my family too, but you know, that goes with having an almost 7-year-old and 2.5-year-olds. So they're my world. So anything that they're involved in, I want to be involved in too. So.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you.
So kind of piggybacking on that, Allison, are there any areas of the Salem Community Schools that you're kind of more passionate about?
I wouldn't say I'm more passionate one way or the other. In school, I was involved in marching band and winter guard. That was my thing. My almost 7-year-old, my first grader, he's involved in basketball. He's done soccer through the Y, baseball. He really wants to do football this year. I tried to talk him into it last year, and he was like, no. And then he's like, I didn't know they played on the cool field. I'm like, I tried to get you to do it. So he'll be involved in football this year. So I don't, not particularly. They're all a working wheel. So.
Thank you.
Allison, what do you see as some of our biggest opportunities and maybe some of our biggest challenges at the school district?
I did write some of those things down. Challenges, I think, you know, financially is always a challenge. I would say with any public school, they have financial challenges, right? Our opportunities, I think we're doing great. The infrastructure, the update, the safe rooms are awesome. The field is amazing. So I think our opportunities just are, we're doing great things in that aspect. So.
I appreciate that.
Alrighty, Allison. What special strengths do you believe that you personally would bring to the board?
Sure. I feel like I have great communication skills, and that's just through work, my work life, my personal life, all the things. Great teamwork, helping others to be better. I would love other people to help me be better. That's one of the big things that we actually talked at awareness in our last meeting last week was, you know, I think I might have $1 million idea, but then Ty can be like, hey, what if we do this? And then it's like a $2 million idea. So teamwork and my eagerness to help others. Like I said, I'm, you know, dipping my big toe into my servant leadership skills. So all those things.
You said you ran in the fall, and wasn't successful, but I think
Yeah.
you were successful. I listened to you on the radio.
Oh, thank you.
I listened to your answers and stuff. You went out and did the work and got in front of people, and that's how, I've ran twice. Everybody's ran in this, and it's not easy.
I appreciate that.
That's the hardest part of this whole deal, in my opinion, is running for school board.
Yeah.
Is meeting people and, answering questions, and then not knowing if people like you or they don't like you, or whatever. And I didn't win my first time, just for. But what do you think that the school is doing well, or has done well in the last several years, and what have they done poorly?
Kind of like what I hit on earlier, I think we're doing a great job with our infrastructure. I think that is a big pull. I feel like that's what people see. That's a first see, so to say. They see that we're working on our fields, we're working on our safe rooms, and I think a lot of things that pull students and parents back to us is they want their kids to feel safe, right? They want to know that we're involved in helping our students grow. So the infrastructure, I feel like, great job. Our teachers and our staff are amazing. And I feel like that is a huge pull too. The talent that we have here is amazing. So, and then what was the other half of your question?
What have we done poorly?
I'm not.
It's okay to be honest.
No.
That's kind of a tough question.
It really is, because none of us are perfect. So, do we really want to hit on those? Do we really want to? That's just something we grow from.
Right.
So, but not necessarily that we want to bring it up. But
And you talked about the infrastructure. Part of our planning and prior to was touching every building in the school with all of that. So we did the new playgrounds at elementary. We did the new
Yes.
heating and air, and we're going to new football field, new buses. We redid the maintenance building. There's so many things that people don't see that that we also are updating. The new choir and band room that you're talking about is huge. It's
I
private
am
ownership.
slightly jealous that the high schoolers don't have to walk anymore, because good for them. But it was.
Have you seen the new band room?
I haven't. I'm sure it's amazing.
It's fantastic.
Well, and then a few years ago, the pool. Every time you said the pool, like you were referring to a different pool, like the pool. And I keep thinking pool.
Yeah.
that was
I didn't even mention the elementary and the pool. Like,
Right.
there's so many
And the
amazing
school, yeah.
things. So.
Yeah, and there's so many things as a board member that people and the public don't see. And as vacation days from uncertified teachers that we changed, and sick days and stuff of that nature. So it's not just the glorious stuff; it's the dirt stuff that you got to figure out and come back forward with.
There's nitty gritty with all of it.
With all of it, but it isn't paid. We told the last person.
Oh yeah, I already knew that. Yeah, that's
You have to
okay.
be up front. Usually that's when they walk out.
So now's my opportunity.
Great answer.
Allison, what are the main factors on which you will base your decisions as a school board member?
Let's see. So, what are the benefits? We got to make sure that it benefits all of us. There's got to be a general consensus between all of us, and we all work together and find that, our benefit in whatever situation that is. Some of us might not see eye to eye, and that's okay, but you find your consensus, and we all work together, and yeah.
Very good answer.
Thank you.
In what ways, if you were a board member, would you want to involve yourself in supporting Salem Community Schools?
Well, I could name a few things that I've done. I did volunteer at the holiday
Holiday
shop,
shop,
which I did
yes.
see there one day. You know, my kiddo's involved in sports, so listening, I think, is probably, I mean, maybe you guys can agree or not agree, but listening is probably, what, 75% of the job, listening to people who have issues and dealing with those and bringing it to the board if need be, or, yeah.
Allison, Allison, describe your view of the roles of the school board and the superintendent, and what is the ideal relationship to have between these two?
Sure. So policies and procedures, you know, we vote on those, and it's up to our superintendent to enact what we have voted on. The day-to-day procedures, you got to have a good working relationship. Obviously, like I've stated already, sometimes that's not feasible. Sometimes people don't agree or see eye to eye, and that's okay. But at the end of the day, it's have a good working relationship between the board and the superintendent to get things done in the schools, and make sure everybody can go home happy at the end of the day.
Allison, are there any personal issues or conflicts of interest that would impact your service on the board?
None that I'm aware of.
Alrighty. So, if a parent comes to you in regards to an issue at a school building or with a particular teacher or coach, how do you see your role as a board member in responding to that parent or coach?
Sure. I think every situation would be different. It depends on, you know, what's going on. Has the parent spoken with the teacher or the coach? Have they spoke to the principal, assistant principal? What steps have they gone to see that matter through? Of course, if they brought it to me, I would definitely get everyone else on the board involved to see what the best answer would be, because you guys have been doing this a little longer, so I would definitely want your opinions on how to handle it.
Well, I'll tell you, it's the second meeting for me, and I've already asked a ton of questions, so that's a good thing.
Of course.
We haven't kicked him out yet, but.
No.
You must be doing a good job.
Yeah, but you hit on some things in those others about people, you know, just agreeing to not agree.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, the safe rooms were 5 to 2 vote, so there's not everybody agreed. You know,
Mhm.
it's the right thing to do. It's the middle code and the whole 9 yards.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
That's okay to
Yeah.
have people who don't agree. I mean,
But you didn't see that mask, you know, distraction from us as a board. Some just didn't agree, and others of us didn't. You know,
Mhm.
and we made those decisions. So there's hard decisions that, you know, I lean on Steve. You know, he's been here for a long time, and you know, my first couple of years, I still, you know, I've gotten better now. I don't bother him as much. He's been super supportive as a, you know, senior board member. You know, Becky White is a senior board member to me as well. So
yeah. I
but-
mean, if you all would have me, I would be glad to ask a million questions first.
Yeah, I see
Several
that,
years.
and I like that answer. I mean, that you're not afraid to you're not going to go with the flow.
No,
I like that.
and I'm okay with thinking differently
Yeah.
than what everyone else does.
Yeah, I like that. In 11 is to explain what the chain of command of the school means to you. As far as he just asked that question, but you know, so if somebody does come to you about a teacher or whatnot, I mean, how serious are you going to take that chain of command as far as?
I mean, yeah, you have to.
Yeah.
You have to take it seriously.
Yeah.
I don't feel like there's any other answer to that.
There isn't, because then you create micromanaging and teachers don't want to come to work. And
Yeah, I'm. It's easier to come to work when you can get along with people. But one thing I do take away from, I love my mother-in-law, but I remember her saying a long time ago, I don't work to make friends,
Yeah.
right? I work to pay bills and be there for my family and provide for them, which, right, you know.
Allison, as a school board member, who will you go to in order to seek advice or input in weighing key decisions?
I mean, all of you. Yeah. And not just the board, but, you know, whoever I see fit. If the question maybe doesn't, I don't feel like the board is a good fit to bring that question to, you know, what about the principal or maybe a teacher that is directly involved or, yeah, I think it would just depend on the situation.
Thank you.
What things do you think are great about Salem Community Schools?
The staff, they're amazing. Our talent here is, I think, exceptional. The staff, you know, I feel like everybody is great. And I've kind of hit on it already, the things that we're doing for this school, which, you know, I feel like everyone who's sat in this seat has probably said pretty well the same things, that, you know, the talent that we have here, and even the students. We have a great student base.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Great kiddos.
Yes.
For sure. Allison,
agree.
what would you like, or were you done? Sorry.
Yeah, I'm done.
What would you like for the board to know about you as we consider you as a candidate?
Gosh, what do you want to know? I'm an open book. It can be. I really hope to have this opportunity. I was up against some stiff competition in the fall. Nudge, nudge. But I really hope you guys do give me this opportunity, or, you know, let me have this opportunity. I want to show you and my community that I want this. I wanted it in the fall, and I said that at the candidate forum. I want this. So I want to be a bigger part of this community. I joked with one of my friends in awareness. I said, I'm really doing this so one day that they'll paint my face on a building somewhere. But you know, but yeah, I want to get into being a better part of my community. So this hopefully is a way that I can do that. So
Giving back.
Great
Yeah.
answer.
Awesome.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions for us?
Probably a million when I leave. But nothing now.
Nothing.
No.
Okay.
Nothing comes to mind.
You'll be like, I have your number.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you so much for your willingness to and desire to serve. I love, you know, you talk about servant leadership and the awareness program, and
It's amazing. And I'm so sad that it's only, you know, a year-ish. I wish I could, you know, just do it all the time.
but the impact of it is lasting, and the community that you
Yes.
build with it
Yes.
is wonderful. So
Yes. It gives me
I love
goosebumps
that you-
just talking about it because I love it so much.
I know.
It's like a therapy session every time we meet. And I love our group this year.
well, and it's just nice to be surrounded by people who want to make things better, that want to make our community better, that want to, you know, attract people to Salem
Yes.
in general, or in the county, not just Salem, but
Regardless of the decision here, continue to run. Your enthusiasm is contagious.
Thank you.
I think you'll be a perfect fit. If not now, at some point.
Thank you.
know, so,
I appreciate
yeah.
that.
Your personality is terrific.
Thank you.
her name's Allison.
I
I
know.
did
Like, if your name is Allison, you just,
Seriously, thank you so much.
I appreciate it. Thank
So,
you for your consideration.
So Monday at 6 p.m. we
Sounds
will be
good.
having another meeting to come up with our decision.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You all have a good night.
Thank you, Alice.
Thank you.
That's the tough part, signing up and running and going through the campaign and the whole 9 yards. That's the time where you're like,
This is hard.
I tell you,
People ask you questions and you're totally, you don't have a clue.
Yeah.
That's tough.
So far, they've all just been tremendous.
Yeah.
It's all
Yeah.
all good feedback.
Mhm.
Yeah, all great things to say.
Sure.
There's a lot of opportunities at Reach Grant they haven't talked about too at the high school with all the stuff that people want to see, like the cooking, the working on cars, the building. It's all, you were there for.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I think was that selling in a part of the Reach Grant?
Originally, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
I was gonna say we remember when we got that. We were
Yeah.
like, whoa.
That was my first year. When we
Yes.
started this up.
We're like,
Anita,
what
do you want to
can-
water anything?
No, I'm good.
You're good?
Thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate you asking.
Do you need a restroom break?
You know, when I listen to you all at home, I can hear all of you except you.
Really? Well, I'm trying to
I
not be
think it's
here.
your tone of your voice is real low.
Well,
That's kind of why I wanted to come today, because I'm talking.
I'm sitting at an angle, plus I have the Invisalign in my mouth. But
You got a little slurp?
we're been a little slower pace than I have been. So I need to set up straight. Talk louder. Thank you, babe.
What's your number?
I'll phone in from now on, so I'll bring it louder.
When she watches from home.
Oh,
I have heard a lot of people talking about watching online.
Yeah.
I think there's a fair amount.
I mean, even kids, like some kids at the high school.
Oh yeah. There's lots of places that watch. You want to do the wave? I'll start.
do the Salem cheer.
Yes. So I'm going to speak louder thanks to Mrs. Perlee, who came to the meeting.
Could be that I sat beside those computers for so long that this ear just doesn't work
Well,
anymore.
I have, the Army has confirmed me with hearing loss, so that also changes your speaking tone. So I'm not talking loud. You'd think some people would talk louder from
Yeah, usually.
And I, for some reason, my wife says, you mumble. Girls on softball do, you mumble. Elaine and Alex, they're famous. You're just mumbling. I can't understand what you're saying.
Might not want to. Be careful what you wish for.
So I'm going to speak loud. Clear.
Yeah.
But we've had, LL had great information. Mrs. Saunders was a great teacher, My dad had her and I had her. And then Mr. Smith, my dad had Mr. Smith, I had Mr. Smith, and Kennedy had Mr. Smith in the 5th grade. And I think Hallie might have had him when he came back, in his many substitute roles.
Judy talking about her passion for literacy. I know Carter. I had her for kindergarten, and she really just instilled such a.
Wasn't she fantastic in that?
I mean,
yeah.
just a love of reading and learning, and I mean, he just was a little sponge
Yeah, that's why. Yeah, we had her too.
coming in.
I have really neat handwriting. That's what everybody in that. I think that started in the 1st grade. No, I had her for kindergarten. So it was even earlier than that. Or maybe I just had to write so many times for talking too much that I got really good.
So that was always my issue.
Yeah, mine always said I like to visit too much.
Yeah.
She enjoys visiting.
Yeah. So what do you think so far, Ty? You having a great time?
It's good, yeah.
Yeah. Good to have you.
No, I mean, I told someone, I said, I can't wait to get in there because the first meeting I'll just kind of ease into it, learn everything.
Yeah.
No, not going to do that.
It's going to take you 4 years to learn.
Yes.
Yeah, it will. It
What
really,
you want to do the next term.
Yeah, it's true.
But I said, I'll ease into it, and surely nothing big will happen during. Well, I was wrong.
I remember years ago my first meeting thinking, please don't call on me, please don't call on me, please don't call on me.
Yeah.
It was before we did like the praises and the positive praises, and we didn't do it back then, thank goodness, because I would be so nervous.
Well, my first year as the president, first meeting, I was making motions on stuff, which was after the meeting I was told that's clearly wrong. So it took me a while to.
Allison, as president, my favorite thing was that right there, the gavel. That is great
Try
power.
to like bring order to
Oh
things
my
or
goodness,
something.
I love that. Yeah,
Judge Judy.
that's right.
She thinks all the time.
So the audio videos actually it's changed a lot since you were here. The audio video, the AV section's
Oh,
changed.
everything has changed so much since I've been here. I
Yeah.
enjoy seeing all the changes, so
Yeah.
it's great.
Yeah.
It really is.
Have you been to their rooms and all their stuff?
I've not been
Yeah.
to any of the rooms or anything, but oh my goodness, from the time that, when I started, we had the little Apple IIs and 2Cs,
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
nobody knew how to work on them.
Yeah.
So I would take them apart, and Mr. Beck would say, go ahead, nobody else can fix them, so I would take them apart. And then, when we moved into the PC area,
Yeah.
and then we networked, and that was a lot of fun. I got to crawl around in the ceilings and in the,
Yeah, try to figure
I
it
got
out.
to help do all the wiring.
Yeah.
So, but things have changed a lot as far as the wireless stuff and everything that they're doing now. I know when Ben was here, he would call and say, hey, you know what we've been doing here lately? So I don't hear that as much anymore since he's gone, but
Yeah.
a lot of really nice things going on, I think.
I think, and then
Very impressive.
the press box will give them for airing all the other stuff. So they're watching board meetings. They'll be able to watch the band stuff, the football stuff, the soccer stuff, without sitting outside under the tent.
Yes.
Yeah,
That will be nice for them.
it will be tremendous.
I remember sitting up in the bleachers under a tent, and then the tent would blow away, so we'd run and grab the tent to cover the computers.
Yeah,
Yeah. Then we upgraded to under the bleachers, and that's nice.
they're working on it. I saw they're pouring some footers over there. Yeah. And they put the new heating and air in at the high school. That was done during Christmas break. I saw them doing that. Yeah.
And hopefully with some warmer temperatures coming up here in the next.
The kids can get out. They've not been able to get out. So.
Yeah.
Start looking in the press box over there too.
Stairwell looks neat. I noticed the other night when I went to the game. So they did the floor
Floor.
over the
Mhm.
break.
It
It's
does look
really
good.
nice.
And I just wish we could do all the floors all the way through like that.
It's just.
It's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have someone up next? I mean, are we? We
Tom
just.
Pierce.
We're just early.
Yeah, Tom Pierce is next.
Yeah, we're just a couple minutes here.
Steve, I did see sandwiches in the refrigerator. So.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Go grab him.
Oh, I don't think it's the time yet.
So technically you've got like, what, 3 minutes?
Yeah, you can wait that.
Just one more and then we get a little break. So when would the break, do you like turn stuff off for a little bit or like how does the?
I can put up a picture or something. Yeah.
I'm going to turn up a little bit.
Yeah, I can do that.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, unless we want like a video feed of
We'll just zoom in on the president.
Okay, please.
Yes.
Well, I'm the queen of like spelling stuff
Right.
all the time, so I have to like every time we go out to
We had some
You've got
kid
something.
issues, so I have moved this time.
Sorry.
Hello, hello.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Hi.
Take a breath.
Do you need water?
No, I was just telling her that the Blue River, that my kids go to the Blue River thing, and they're usually out by 10 after 5. And this is the one day they're not out till 20 after 5. So.
That's the way it always was.
It
That's the way it
happens,
works.
I went to IU game last week with Coach, and
I saw you.
and he was talking you up about you're buying a house right next to school, you'd be close. and
Mr.
here-
Sutton's old house.
Yeah, then you'd come here late. I'm like,
It's only 5:29, so you're
Well, I
good.
told you it was going to be tight, but it worked out. Thanks for
No,
waiting.
yeah.
for
You
me.
did tell me
Yeah.
that, yeah.
So you bought Mr. Sutton's old house?
We bought Mr. Sutton's old house. I've lived
Nice.
out in the country for 20 years, in my grandma's old house, and I've been out on that property even when I didn't own it for 64 years. And so somebody decided they wanted to be in the country anymore. So this we had looked into building a house maybe out where we're at, but this building the house is not as economical as it used to be. So we found this came at about the same time we were doing that, and it just kind of fit what we needed, and it puts me right by the Y. We're 30 seconds from the Y and a minute from the school, and it just was kind of perfect.
It is a good location.
Yeah.
You got good neighbors there too.
Yeah, we've got good neighbors, and it's going to be. I was teasing Coach, that they got all the riffraff out of the neighborhood, so we decided because that's where Jim Ralston used to live. So anyway, so we got to be there. So it's going to be nice for us to be in town. It's just going to be hard for me because I've been where I've been for so long, but it's better.
yeah. Well, he was excited for you.
Yeah, but he knows the house too. So, and like I said, the neighborhood's it's everything we need. So
That's awesome.
Perfect. Well, good deal. Well, Tom, thank you so much for coming in today and for throwing your name in the hat. Willingness to, obviously you have lots of service in our community, so, but I appreciate you coming in and being willing to do this, to put yourself out there. We've got several questions that we're just going to ask you, if that's okay. Give you a chance at the end if you have any questions for us.
Okay.
And then we'll just go from there.
Okay.
Good deal. So, we get the glasses. What is your reason for your interest in being appointed to this board?
Because I've never been able to before, and I've always supported the school. I guess what you would say from afar, with the Education Foundation. Rebecca Marshall drugged me into that, and I thought, why she got me into? But I was with Diana Armstrong and David Beck and Paul Cyphers and Jackie Arnold, and it was just we just have done so much for our seniors, and so I've always done that. I was president for most of my 20 years, but the last couple of years we've got a really good new president. It's got great new ideas. Christy was Baldwin, but it's Christy
Bagshaw.
and so she's going to run it from here on out. And so I've always done that, and so my entire family's always went to Salem. My grandma went to Salem, my dad and mom went to Salem, my sister went to Salem. We all have gone to Salem. And I live in Pierce Township, or I lived in Pierce Township. And my grandpa had always paid for my aunt and my uncle and my mom to come to Salem. They had paid tuition back then, but when these miracle kids that I ended up with came along, there was never going to be any choice that this is where they were going to be too. So, so my main reasons is I never had the opportunity. I seen this come open at just the right time. I was hoping maybe you needed somebody that's not really got any other interest except proving that I've nothing but wanting the schools to be the best that they can be. And I've got 2 little ones now, believe it or not, so I'm going to have to be vested for a long time. And so that's the reasons.
Thank you.
Tom, what are the areas for the Salem Community Schools that you are kind of more passionate about?
Seniors being able to get a start with some. We give them a little bit of money to get started with to get in college, because college is so much money. But I just think that I got to go to IU and meet people from everywhere, and if we can help some of them get going and start somewhere else and they can get that same opportunity I had, that's kind of the reason why I got involved with what I got involved with. I don't think we've done maybe a good enough job letting the world know how much our kids get. I mean, just be honest with you. I mean, I've got a friend that I worked with for a few years, and her daughter was going to Floyd Central's honor day. And so after their honor day, so, oh, well, how many scholarships did your daughter get? Oh, she didn't get any scholarships. I said, well, she had done really good in school. All our kids can get money if they just take the time to fill out papers. You know?
Right.
And so I just think that's one of our biggest selling points that we really gotta really emphasize. But that would be mine, is to the scholarships has always been my biggest passion until these guys came along, and I support the elementary school and everything they do and all their programs. We're just got that Blue River. My kids do the Blue River, but I'm also on the vice chairman of the board for RBR Alliance, so I'm kind of on over that anyway. So, but they've got it's just great over there. Michelle does just a great job. She has programs for them. So now I'm kind of shifting from being just the seniors to down to my world of kids, and so got great administration over there, and I love all of them. They've been great to work with too, and my kids have all had good teachers too. So yeah, hoping that can participate maybe in helping keeping that going for them and have as good as I had. I mean, I had great teachers. So
Thank you so much.
yeah.
What do you see as some of our biggest opportunities and maybe some of our biggest challenges for the district?
Biggest opportunities. Well, I just said one of them is I think if kids really need to know that even though we're a small school, they have the opportunity if they work and do the right things to have more than any other kids in any other school around here. And I think that also one of the biggest things for our school is that you grow up with the same people, and that's a big plus. I mean, my best friends are from 4th grade. I still see people, and you just think of them in your class, and I think that's one of the great things about being in Salem and being in a little school is that you just know everybody. We probably all have the same. You do, I do, and we just have the same friends, and so I think that's the big plus. And you're not just one of 1,000. You're one of 200 or 300 maybe. So that's the big plus. The challenges would be, I know, to get good teachers, because I wish we rewarded our teachers better than we do. But that's the world, you know. They just don't place the emphasis or importance enough on it, if you ask me, to what teachers have about the most important job there is. And so that would be is to keep good teachers, which is hard, I'm sure. So those are the things that I can think of just off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Alrighty. So what special strengths do you believe that you personally would bring to this board?
I have been active in something my entire life in town. I'm the Washington County Redevelopment Commission president, which is in charge of some of your money. You know, unfortunately, you know, they said for your end of it, they take that taxes you guys could have got, you know, when they've set the level right here, and then we get the rest and try to put it into town. So I've seen that side of it, and so in the RBR part of it, I've been a part of that for over 20 years, so I know how organizations work and special needs, and that's kind of close for me. I just kind of really like that part of it. I did 10 years of social work, believe it or not, when I got out of school. I was a caseworker for the welfare for 10 years. Probably still would be. You know, it's not the most lucrative job either. But I had a finance degree from IU, but things in 1982 with 16-17% interest rates, kind of, people think they're high now. They're not high now. They were high then. But so I've got that going too. So that would be the things I can think of on that.
Well, thank you.
Thanks for your work with the Education Foundation. It's been part of starting a partnership with one of my best friends, Johnny Elrod.
Yes.
Yeah, and a couple other funds as well through there.
Yes,
that
thank
has
you.
allowed kids to, like you said, have experiences that they may not have had. So
Yeah. Now, Steve may have the same thing that I have when I sit at Honor Day. I start hearing the names, and I am so old now that these are Bernice Anderson, you know, Grover Smith, my Uncle Richard, on and on. These are people I loved or had teachers, and you just realize now that they love the school so much and the kids so much that they left something for them so they could keep carrying on their names and stuff. But it's like memory lane for me on Honor Day because it's people you knew Johnny, and it's just a great day for me.
It is. It's a great day for our community and our schools.
It's probably my favorite day of the year. I mean, it really
Yeah.
is. It is.
I really do. I mean, we have a little thing written about all of them, but I just take that in, and it just, all the names like the Lee John Falls, I could go on and on and on. It's just those names of the memories I have of things I've done or things they did for me. You know, a lot of them did things for me. So.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that work. What are some things that you think the district's done well in the last several years, and maybe one or two things that they've done poorly in the last year?
And I'm sure you've caught flack for it, but I love the way everything looks. You know what? Somebody was kind of giving me some grief about it. Just for example, the football field. And I said, why can't we have nice things? You know, I mean, why can't we? And when you put money in the school, what better thing is there to do that than help stuff with our kids? And then in the business part of it, when people come to town, I'm sure a business guy, if they're going to try to bring their business in town, wants to see if you got a hospital, what your schools look like, and it's a selling point for the town too, in my opinion. But I think that's great. You've got in my dealings, you've gotten the school has it'd be you guys. The administration at the elementary school are just great to work with, and they're all great. I like Bobby, and I like Clinton, and I like Nicole. They're just great. Now, the teachers I've had, like I told you, it's been really good too. So I think we've kept some good people. I'm going to be next year, be junior high, so I'll get in that world a little bit more. And I went to school with your high school principal's dad, so that's maybe some connection there. So you have connections there one way or the other. But I think that part of it's great. I think the only thing that maybe I would say, and I don't even know how you would improve it, because a lot of people, there's things that people can't know because things have to be, in the banking world, everything's become a secret, is maybe, I think people might want more transparency, but there really can't be more transparency in a lot of things. You know, I just had that conversation with somebody at the bank on some account they needed to know something about. You can't say anything about a lot of things. So that might be, I just think everything that you can do that you can let people know why and how, the things that you can let people know is very important. So maybe that would be the only thing I could think of. I think we want our ball teams to win better, but that's not really got anything with the education part of it. That would be what I would think of. Yeah, I think that's it. Well, when we got the three, we're the only school with the 3 rooms, right? With that's a big plus, I think. And I think our facilities are just, because the elementary school is old. And it still looks great. Still looks like Mr. Spradley could come stomping down the hallway with those wingtips, and scare you, put the fear of God in you. But it still looks the same to me, most of it too. So, because when we have things at the school, of course, I drag my kids. I had Mrs. Blackman here. I had Mrs. Miller here. I had Mrs. Colliger, who's Mrs. Tarr, and on and on and on. So, yeah.
You're right. As far as information, and the field does look great, and there's a lot of thought process that went into that, and that falls into all the things Salem offers. Well, we have a lot of sports teams that we didn't have 15 years ago, and if you consolidate them on the one field and they can sell concessions and whatnot and get more kids out, then maybe they start funding themselves better. Band comes back, they have their invitationals, revenue comes in for them. There's a lot of things that play into that, and those are questions maybe, if people come and we get into that, those questions, to be more transparent in the decisions that we make. Of course, your tennis courts were just falling apart. A lot of things hadn't been touched in years.
Right.
But it's you hit the nail on the head there. I like it.
Well, I think
Good
on
answer.
transparency, that's why we're recording the meeting for those that can't be here. As you can see, there's a crowd here.
I do get it. I mean, I've heard a lot of people say, they don't tell us this, they don't. Well, guess what? You can't tell people anything anymore.
I think anybody that sits on a board understands that.
Yeah.
Very true.
if you would have asked me about those capital projects, I would have told you. I met with a lot of people, and I think I did. And you told me,
Yeah.
that's great.
Yeah.
Why can't we have nice things? I remember you saying that. And
Yeah.
that's right.
I believe that. It's like the walking trail, you know?
Yeah.
How many people didn't want it, but how many people are on it?
Yeah.
Mm.
Right.
I mean,
Well, you could say the bypass and the roundabout. I mean,
yeah,
we've got a lot of things.
on
that-
and on and on. Things that can't work, and they've worked great once they. I think I always call them the noisy minority, and maybe some of us quieter majority should be not quite as quiet, you know, and speak up because I want nice things.
Right.
I pay taxes, and I want things good for my kids. And if you don't, okay, I get it, but I do.
Yeah. And every decision we made was with fiscal responsibility to stay within our dollar of the budget, you know. But I appreciate your answer.
Yeah.
Tom, what are the main factors on which you will base your decisions as a school board member?
What's best for the kids, number one. What's economically the best for the corporation. And then there might be some decisions and maybe that is not best for my thinking or even my kids. You have to do what's best for everybody. So, and leaning on things I've had to make decisions on in the past, whether it be at the bank or redevelopment or Blue River or RBR or any of these other things, you know, you got to work with your group. You might think you have the answers, but sometimes I just had that happen today. Somebody had a better idea than I did, and that's what we're going to do. I thought I had it figured out.
It happens. Thank you.
Well, and I love just the willingness too to say like I
Never thought of
figured
that.
out, but that's
That's what I said today. I said, well, I never thought of that. That's
that takes some
better than what I
humility
thought.
to do that. In what ways, you know, if you were on the board, would you involve yourself in Salem Community Schools?
Well, I don't know all your roles. I really don't. I mean, from the outside looking in, you don't know all the specific things you guys do. But, you know, well, right now, elementary school is my big focus.
Right.
So, whatever roles you guys have for that part of it, I don't know that I would know curriculum. I mean, that's not my world. I don't know all that. But I kind of know people. I mean, you know, when you have to hire, I kind of have always been able to, from the bank or, well, even from the social work days, you just learn about people. So I feel like I can kind of judge people. Now, I've been wrong. I mean, I guess we all have. But I can kind of got a feel for that, I think. And so anything in that kind of world. I'm not in, I mean, the sports world or athletic world, I know little bits about it, and I've always gone. You know, me and Jack Etzler used to go to every game. I mean, I've watched games my entire life. But to sit and tell you who should do this and who that wouldn't be my world either. So, but the main thing would be just to give all the support and assistance that the school needs, whichever school needs it, would be. That's probably a pretty broad answer, but
That's okay. That's okay. It's kind of a broad job sometimes.
Tom, describe your view of the roles of the school board and the superintendent, and what's the ideal relationship between the two?
Well, the school board is the overseer, and the superintendent's the manager, is the way I would see that. And the superintendent, of course, I guess, would answer to the, but, you know, the board would kind of answer to the superintendent as well. I mean, she's going to know the things that, on a day-to-day basis, that you guys wouldn't know, I would think. So they should be a team, is the way I think it should be. And it seems like you got a good one now. She's a few things I've dealt with her, whether it be with Blue River stuff or whatever. She seems very nice, and so yeah. And just like I was telling you about the elementary school administration, they seem like they all work together real well. So yeah, I think as much as you can keep the territorial stuff out, it's us against them kind of stuff out, and we're all for one and one for all. That's the way I would see it.
Yeah, I
I hope that answers you.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Are there any personal issues or conflicts of interest that would affect you being on the board?
I can't think of any. Well, it would have been. I don't live here, but I do now. So, no, I can't think of anything that would. A lot of the people I used to spend time with aren't in the schools anymore. You know, Wald or Coach or whoever, and I don't know them all. Like I wish, other than the ones I've met through kids. So I can't think of any that would have any troubles.
Okay.
And you, I know, I haven't met you, but I've known most of you guys most of my life, so.
For a minute or two.
So, if a parent comes to you in regards to an issue at the school building or with a particular teacher or coach, I guess how would you, how would your role as a school board member be in responding to that coach or teacher?
Well, I don't know, you guys aren't set up to be off on your own to do that, are you? I would think that would be something you'd have to bring back to the group, wouldn't you? Or, I mean, I know you'd have to talk to them, and listen, which I've had to do that on a lot of different kind of things. You know, redevelopment, people want to know what we're doing, so you listen to what they say, and then you just try to. I would think you would just try to calm them down, but to any action, you couldn't take any action as an individual, can you? No. So you would try to calm them all down, get what they need, get their information, and then we come back as a group. And then maybe you're the one that goes back to them and tells them bad news, good news. But
And then, so as far as like a parent being in that situation, so let's say a parent has a problem with a teacher, and they go to you as a board member and say, well, I'd like this and this to be done. I guess how would you respond to that?
I would say, have you talked to Nicole? Have you talked to Bob?
Right,
Have you talked
okay.
to Clinton? And then if they haven't, then that would be, they need to go to them first. And if they're not satisfied with what any of the three of them have told them, which is their job, then they can come back to me, and then I come to you guys, and then we'll talk about what's going on and whatnot. But I would be very careful saying, I'm going to do, and I'm not a big I'm going to guy. We're going to do, and we're going to find out, and we'll help you figure it out. But I would never just push somebody away. And some concerns that maybe me or you might not think is a big deal, when it comes to your kids, I've learned that lesson just in the last 11 years, that things that's a big deal, you know. You might think, oh, that doesn't sound that good, it's that, but it is. So, yes. So listen. You have to listen to everybody, and there's going to be, I'm sure, a lot of listening. So, but there'll be, I can't think of any individual action you do on your own other than get all the information, bring it back, we talk about it, and then we get the right person to address whatever their issue is. That's why I would see that.
Okay.
Tom, can you explain what the chain of command in terms means to you?
Chain of command would be there's a person in charge, then there's a person that supports that person in charge, but they answer to. So I would think that you would go with the superintendent, and then the superintendent comes with the issues to us or to you. Mm-hmm. And I don't think we would just let anybody on the big issues go off on their own, but they should feel comfortable enough to come and sound or get feelings from, even if it's something that maybe they don't have to. They should be able to come to anybody that's on the board and say, or feel comfortable enough to bounce ideas off of. But that's way I would think there would be the head person, and then everybody underneath goes with that. That's the way I see it. I don't know what all the different jobs are in the school. I'm not going to lie to you about that. I don't know principals and assistant principals, and I couldn't tell you what Nicole does over what Bobby does, but I know they're theirs. So, but they all answer to Clinton. So that's the way you just can't be rogue
Right.
and make it work. In the things that I'm on, we don't have anybody that we allow just to go willy-nilly off on their own. They all have to, we all know who we have to answer to, and we all know, like in Blue River, it's Dan Lau, and Redevelopment Commission, it's me, and Tom Cyphers is the heads, but we all talk together. It's really all one.
Yeah.
But you gotta have somebody stuck being president or.
Right.
Okay, Tom, as a school board member, who will you go to in order to seek advice or input in weighing key decisions?
Who would I go to? It'd be you guys. I mean, we would be going to all together. I mean, it's whatever everybody thinks.
But you would, at that point, you would be a school board member, so.
Yeah, but I would think that I would come to you guys as a group. I don't know. I might bounce something off one or two of you just to see what you think about something. But if it's something that needs to be decided, I would come to you as a group, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Okay, thank you.
What are things that you think are great about Salem Community Schools? We kind of talked a little bit about that earlier.
Yeah, I think it's the, like I said, the administration has done a great job of getting good teachers that care about the kids, and I think all the way even up from what I've dealt with the high school, gives a good foundation for our kids to get to college. Even way back when I was in school, you know, I had Gus Beckman and I had Frank Cole. I had all these guys. Maybe at the time I didn't pay attention to how much the detail and things they were teaching us. But I went right up to Bloomington and I fit right in. I wasn't behind in school, in the math part of it.
Mm-hmm.
I did fine in the English part of it. So I think things probably today from everybody I met has that same mindset as preparing people to go out from here. And that's kind of one of the things I put in there. You know, I just had this idea for this Lion Legacy. Let's bring Salem people back to tell these kids who are probably told at home, you ain't going to amount to nothing, what you can amount to just from coming from Salem. And sometimes I didn't think some of these kids understood it. So we brought people back. I don't even think people in town realize what some of these people have done. And they
It's
went
impressive
out
when you look at the
Yes, it's
board
just
of the Lion
amazing. We got to get
Legacy
that
and-
back going again because I love that day too when we have them come
Mhm.
back, and they all just can't believe it. You know, they all love the school now. But I think preparing our kids to get out in the real world, Salem can do that. You can be anything you want to be here. Small town's not an excuse. You'd be the only excuse that you didn't take advantage of it,
Mhm.
because there are people that are outstanding that we can't even fathom what they've done from here.
Mhm.
Grew up here.
Right. Agreed.
Tom, what else would you like for the board to know about you and as we consider you as a candidate?
Well, I would never have considered this before. I just never would have thought it was even possible. There was something that just was magical that this would even come about at this time, because I never thought I'd be in town. I just always thought I'd have to do what I did and helped what I could from where I was, from afar where I was at. And this just hit at the exact same time that I get to be back here in Salem. And so I just really believe I've got a long history of documented effort towards the schools. I mean, I think I've, as much as anybody, have, and I had a lot of good mentors. I've told you those, Diana and Paul and David and Jackie and all these people, but that helped me focus on that. So I feel like I've got that in my back pocket. Plus, I sent my kids here and they didn't have to be here. We could have been peeking people, you know. And so I wanted my kids to be here that I never thought I'd get to have. And so that's important to me. And then I'm vested with them being here. You know, I want to be, I I want them to have the best that I had. I want them to have all the experiences that I had. I want them to get together 50, 60 years later like we do on Christmas with my best friends, Bart and Brett, and on and on and on. I could tell you, Janie and all of us are still like this because we all grew up here, and I want them to have that. And I know that's not the education part of it, but that's a big part of it, you know, being in a small school and being all together. So I just think that's very, very important, and I think I've demonstrated I don't have an agenda. I've not really been politics. That's how I've always been able to be okay with the redevelopment commission. I've always stayed pretty neutral. I don't stay, you know, I have my thoughts this way, probably has these thoughts this way. They probably all mix together somewhere along the line. But I've tried to stay always above it and not get down in the weeds with it. And so I was hoping that you just needed somebody to come on, kind of I know it's unexpected, but you needed somebody that I mean, I love the place. I just do. And so I just think that's the most driving part, plus my two kids. I just want them to have everything I got to have and all the memories, and sit maybe in an honor day and hear some teacher that they had, you know, someday, and see, well, yeah, that guy was great to me, or I still run into him, you know, Mr. Martin or Mr. Ritz or whatever. And being in a little town, you run into all these people still. They're still Mr. and Mrs. to me. So, yeah, that would be the main, that would be it, I think, in a nutshell. I want Holly and Will to have everything I had.
I still can't believe that they're going to be in middle school next year.
I know.
I know he's going to be in the middle school.
Seems like yesterday they were.
Yeah.
And I was like, wait, no, they're not that big yet.
Yeah.
Well, Tom, thank you so much for. Do you have any questions for us?
No, not really. I just appreciate you letting me at least see you. I may not have answered all your questions the best we could. I kind of was in a rush after I got in here because of the big hustle and bustle at the end of the day. But no, I think you've all done a great job. And who's new? You're new. And is anybody else? The rest of you've been on all the time. But I think you've done things great. I mean, like I said, I love the way everything looks. I love the people you've put in place. I don't hear a lot of ruckus, because God knows, being at the bank, I would hear it. If there's, and you know, people are quick to tell you all the things and I just thought it's time, if I'm going to have got ideas about things that maybe I should participate more than just stand and say, hey, why aren't they doing this? Why aren't they doing that? Be the one that somebody comes up to, and I can explain why we're doing this and why we're doing that. So it can be that simple, maybe.
Well, thank you so much. We are going to have another meeting on Monday at 6, and where we will vote and decide. So thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks for having me. It's good.
Your name in
I haven't
here.
met you.
I'm Ty.
Nice to meet you. I've met
Tom Ferris, he's good stuff.
He seems like a good guy.
I gotta stand up.
Sunny Florida now.
Oh, I know.
Take a break.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you there?
No, yeah, well, when, last night? No, Sunday, yeah, no.
We're just taking a 30-minute break, so don't.
We were there.
30-minute break.
Don't end it. But I guess me and Kamara.
That one hurt. That hurts. You know the bad
You know what to
things
do.
about that. Everybody's going to remember.
No, trying to tell my husband.
here to talk with us this evening. So thank you, Michael, for coming and your willingness to throw your name in here.
Well, thank you guys for having me. Asking me to come in.
Yeah, so we're excited. Get my cookie out of my teeth. What am I eating in there? We're going to ask you just some questions at the end if you have anything that you want to ask us. And then pretty much it.
All right.
So, not really.
Michael, do you know who we all are?
I think I've met everybody before, and then I met Ty just then.
Okay, awesome, okay.
He doesn't know me at all.
Yeah, I've had some run-ins every time or two.
Some run-ins?
Yeah.
Anything you need to share?
Nope.
Michael, what makes you interested in being appointed to the Salem School Board?
So I ran in the fall and was unsuccessful, but my goal, I guess, would be is for us. I think for me is that a school system is the heart of the community. I think if you have a good school system, I think it retains your. I think if a kid has a good experience in school, it will retain them in the public, and then or to stay in their community, and then obviously that would grow our community, grow our school, and better our community would be my goal.
Michael, I'm sorry, that was me. Are there areas of the Salem Community Schools that you are more passionate about?
For me, the one thing that I've noticed here in the last few years that I've really become passionate about, or that I enjoy seeing, is the alternative school or alternative classes, such as, they've just offered a college level ag class. For me, I didn't go to college, but I've been able to run a successful business in the community. I don't think college is for everybody. I think there's some areas there where we should, some kids don't necessarily want to go to college, they want to get a job, and I think that is great. I think that we should promote that. I think that we should promote other opportunities other than college. And so that's some of the things that I've really enjoyed. Going back to the ag, obviously me being a farmer, I like that we're offering some of these other things just because, there's options to get into farming or agriculture that isn't necessarily running a farm. Everything more or less goes back to agriculture some way or another with our food and all that kind of stuff. So I think that there's some good programs there, and I enjoy that and think we should continue them.
Thank you so much.
What do you see as some of our biggest opportunities and then maybe some of our biggest challenges?
As far as opportunities, I think it's great that money that we have spent on infrastructure, whether it's the football field or the band room or the playgrounds, just making it better for those kids, getting that break and that kind of stuff. I think one of the biggest challenges this new era of school where there's no tuition is retaining students, because I think there's a lot of decisions made out of anger. A parent gets mad, well, I'm taking my school somewhere or my student somewhere else, and I think that is something that everybody's trying to learn to navigate to retain those kids. And I don't necessarily agree with the state's decision to do that, but I just think it's something that we have to deal with. And I think that's a big obstacle right now in any school system.
What special strengths do you believe that you would bring to the board?
I think I would bring a different view, given my background and my agricultural background. One thing with what I do, I'm in charge of purchasing, marketing my product, dealing with landlords and that kind of stuff. And I think I've got a very diverse background is what I've done in my field, and I think it would just be a different point of view that maybe nobody else on the board has.
Well, I will tell you, Mr. Gittlefinger, that my daughter, we have 3 chickens in our backyard, and we just added a bigger coop. So
you want to know how many chickens I have?
Well, and they were
more than 3.
Yeah.
Well, 5 zeros to it.
Well, they were hatched in the agricultural class from my freshman daughter, and we do get eggs, and yeah, so I do have a little bit of Irish background.
I think a lot of people don't understand how much everything ties back to agriculture in one way or another.
Yeah.
Yep.
Whether everybody eats every day, and I think there's a lot of opportunities there for people, even if you're not necessarily wanting to be a farmer.
Yeah, it is. And the girls, boys, all of them are interested in that. So, in your view, what is a few things that the Salem Community Schools has done well here in the recent past, and something maybe you think that we've not done well?
I think something we've done very well. Here just a few years ago we had COVID. I think that the teachers, I obviously always appreciate teachers, but whenever I had to start teaching my kids at home, I really appreciated teachers. We're doing the e-learning and that kind of stuff. It's like our technical department, making all that work run smoothly so we can have these e-learning classes. Just walking around the school, with my boys being here, I've got a son in 4th grade and a son in 6th grade. I'm here 5 to 7 nights a week, depending on what it is. We're just always here doing something, and it's just always clean. Our custodians do a great job. Just general maintenance. You go in the bathroom, they're clean. Just I feel like no matter where you go, that stuff is very well kept. It's something to be proud of.
Right.
And so I think that is something that the school system has done very well. As far as something bad, and I don't know that I know the answer to it, but being competitive as far as retaining teachers and educators, I think there's some improvement to be there to be competitive with other school systems, and that's something that I would like to look at as far as a goal.
Good answers.
Okay, Michael, what are the main factors on which you will base your decisions as a school board member?
I guess the main factor would be obviously for the kids, but also for the community. There's always going to be decisions that not everybody's going to be happy. And I think it comes down to what is right for the kids, what is right for the community, whether it be affecting tax dollars. The school has done a lot of improvements with the football field where it didn't affect tax dollars, and I think that's great. And I just think that the goal would be to obviously make as many people as we can happy and just improve the system in general.
Okay, thank you.
In what ways, as a board member, would you involve yourself in supporting Salem Community Schools?
So with my 2 boys being very active in sports, I'm already in the public a lot. I volunteer with youth football, coaching, and that kind of stuff. And I think it would just be making myself available, whether it, be at one of those events or, helping out with the youth football and that kind of stuff, continuing what I'm doing. Like I said, I'm here. Sometimes it feels like 8 nights a week. It's like all we do is spend time at the school. But that's, I love it. I love having the boys there. I love coaching, helping the young kids. They're just seeing them after, they talk to you, hey coach, and it's fun to be involved with all of them.
Describe your view of the roles of the school board and the superintendent, and what you find that the ideal relationship would be between the two.
So I guess the technical term would be the superintendent's job is to fulfill the wishes of the board. But my goal would be obviously to work together with the superintendent, because she's out there day to day telling what teachers or students need, what the system needs, and for us to, take her advice and also implement that into what we are doing.
That's we're blessed that we have someone in that seat that can. We don't micromanage her. She's very.
That's what I've heard. Nothing but great things about.
And that is, and everybody. 100%. Yeah, we got the right one.
Yeah, so I think that's great.
Yeah, we're.
Yeah, I would never want to say that the school board is the boss of the superintendent. I would want to think that everybody's working together for the greater good of
Absolutely.
the school.
Do you think there's any personal issues or conflicts of interest with you being on the board?
No, I don't believe there would be any.
If a parent comes to you regarding an issue at a school building or with a particular teacher or coach, how do you see yourself as a school board member in responding to that parent?
The first thing I do would be listen, comfort them that we do care, that, that is us. But then after that, I would ask them, have you followed the right chain of command? If it's a teacher, have you talked to the principal or vice principal, depending on where they're at? If you didn't get anywhere with them, then have you, approached the superintendent or tried to reach out via communication, whether it be call here or email or however, and then, would make a decision from there. Because if they hadn't, followed chain of command, said, if it's a teacher and gone, just say a teacher in elementary, and they didn't go to Mr. Blankenbaker about their problem, I would suggest that they do that, and then have them follow up with me after that situation if their conflict wasn't resolved.
Thank you.
So explain what the chain of command system means to you.
So the chain of command system would be as far as if you have an issue, you don't immediately go to the superintendent. You would follow who, depending on where it was at, you would go to the next one. And that way we're not, taking up the superintendent's time for things that are not necessarily her job.
Right.
So that we can have her doing what she is hired to do, and then we would follow, the person that is, don't want to use the word lower down, but the person that is actually in charge of that position or problem that we're having.
Great answer.
Okay, as a school board member, who will you go to in order to seek advice or input in weighing key decisions?
Well, obviously the first choice would be my fellow board members. In regards to confidentiality, I'm close friends with a previous member of this board. If it did not involve confidentiality, obviously I would entrust in them to maybe guide me in the right direction. I have 2 other friends that serve on boards of other school boards, in the community. And, if it's something that we can talk about, I think it's great to approach other members and say, hey, if you all had this problem, how did you handle it? Did you do it wrong? Would you do something different? Try to make the best decision, not think that my answer is the only answer or anybody on this board is, because you can always, hope, if you don't know the answer, hopefully you can find one that will work better.
What are things that you think are great about Salem Community Schools?
We kind of touched on this before.
Like
I really think the money we've spent on infrastructure, I think infrastructure is always a great investment as far as the football fields, the tennis courts, the band room, looking at different options. I love that we're getting college classes and other things other than math and science, so to speak, that we're looking at the ag department and we're looking at these things. Salem's done Prosser for a long time. I think that's great. For me, I think it's great to offer kids other opportunities other than saying, you got to go to college, you got to go to 4-year college. And I think it's great just to give them those other opportunities.
What would you like to for the board to know about you, and as we consider you as a candidate?
I just want the board to know that I'm grateful for you guys giving me the opportunity to interview. I do trust, I agree with what you guys have done. I trust that y'all will make the right decision, even if that decision isn't me. And I just want to thank you guys for your time.
Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Is there anything that you want to ask us?
No, I don't think I have any questions at the moment. So
I got some no chicken questions to me.
I'll answer all the chicken questions you want.
I do want to say he leaves the light on every night.
Two heat lamps in there.
Yeah, he's got 2 heating lamps.
Oh, you're messing up leaving lights in there. You need a heater. The light affects their
Hopefully my
egg
daughter
production.
isn't watching this.
Yeah,
Well, he needs the really big heater. Yeah, he needs a big heater.
Do you need to increase your egg production?
Yeah.
Well, they were having eggs until we went and bought the bigger Miller Barn coop and put
They
lights
got
in
cold,
there.
yeah.
And put the lights in there, so now
Yeah.
she says they're just not happy. But yeah,
Light plays a huge role in chickens, how they lay. The amount of daylight, you can have too little or too much, and it will affect them greatly.
well, she is one that she thinks she's always right. So tonight I'm gonna go home and tell her she's wrong.
Hope she's not watching that.
Next Monday at 6 o'clock, we're going to have another special meeting
All right.
where we will discuss and vote on who the next member's going to be.
All right,
So
well,
just
I
so you know the
appreciate-
time frame in case you're like going home.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
Seem
I
like,
appreciate. Yep,
Yep.
I appreciate your all's time, and hope you all have a great evening.
All right.
Thank
Thank you so much for coming in.
Thanks,
All
Michael.
right. Bye, Michael.
Bye, Michael.
No, it looks like probably down by here.
Yep.
I've always
We were
heard,
getting
I've
eggs.
always
We were
heard they like radio.
We were eating the eggs. I mean, and then it's like when we got back and they started staying in, the egg production stopped. But Andy, do you know about, do you guys chickens?
The chickens,
Yeah.
you know, we have a 4-H meeting on Wednesday night.
She's in there.
Okay.
She joined.
I expected her to be there at 6 o'clock.
Ask away from meeting, yeah. I think I think your wife said like 6 eggs you would be getting.
We had been getting quite a bit of eggs. Andy had to be
Sounds like
buying.
it's a lot.
It must be life or the bigger house, because when we had the little bitty coop, they were just putting out eggs like crazy.
Yeah. Well,
So
maybe
you-
they were warmer.
We get the bigger.
Don't you know there's something to be said about always going bigger?
Oh, that's yeah.
Speaking of chickens, your wife told me that she'd like to have some chickens.
Yeah, she can find her a place to live too. That's how I feel about it.
They're really not that bad if you buy a coop. I mean,
Hey, I've got 2 kids that's got chickens and raising chickens. I don't want no chickens. You know who'd end up having to do it, though.
well, you got the Grayson come out there and take care of.
Yeah, he could.
Yeah, well, is Jackson one take? Does he have chickens?
Jackson's got goats.
Goats.
He has had chickens and ducks.
Oh, he does have chickens.
Well,
doesn't
he
he?
has done it before, but he hasn't for the past few years.
Yeah.
I think.
I don't know. I don't want no chickens in my house.
Well, her rooster is. She went up there and filmed him the other day and said, because my dad's over in rehab, she said, "Say hello, Papa." Still not the hello. She kept saying it, and it would pop when he did.
Oh, that's so funny.
The next person is here whenever you guys are ready.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know if you remember my oldest son, Josh.
Is this our last?
He's got
last
30.
one? Yeah.
30 chickens.
He built a bigger coop too.
Yeah. All right.
Whatever you would like to do.
I think so. Yeah. Is that all right, Al?
Let's go.
Ready. What's the score over there?
I don't know why I looked over there like I could see the scoreboard. I'm not too sure. I'll have to check later.
Hello, Brent.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
Good. How are you guys?
Good.
Good. Is it getting colder out there now?
Yes.
The sun
Okay.
finally went down.
The sun went down, and I don't like cold to begin with, so
I don't either.
Yeah.
It was nice today for a little bit, though.
for a little bit. I'm looking forward to the end of the week when it's going to be back in the 50s. So.
I know. Yeah, me too.
For a little bit.
For a little bit.
Well, thank you so much for coming in, Brent.
Thank you for having me.
Absolutely. We've got several questions we're going to ask you. You can reply, ask us questions. Obviously, you know how a lot of this works. So,
Yes.
then next Monday at 6 p.m. we'll have another special meeting, which we'll tell or make a vote or whatever at that point. So I guess we'll just get kicking. Why are you interested in being on the school board?
Well, I feel like I have a lot to offer as an educator. 31 years in education. When I was here
as an educator, as an administrator. I was in charge of several different budgets within the school system. I wrote grants for the school system, brought in well over $1 million in grants over the time I was here. And currently, working at the Wilson Education Service Center, I oversee a budget there, and came into a situation at the Education Service Center where the Wilson Education Service Center, I tell people this all the time, used to be the best education service center in the state of Indiana, hands down, no questions. And when I got there, well, before I go back probably 15 years, they had about 30 employees working on the Education Service Center. And when I got there were 5 employees.
Wow.
And so a lot of things had changed in that time. And so I was tasked with trying to build things back up. And so currently we're up to 10 employees and getting ready to add 11th one. And I will say this, from the time that I started, we've increased our money by over $200,000, and currently this year we're up over $200,000 compared to where we were this time last year. And we've increased services. So I think before I came here, became the Wilson Education Center, there was very little professional development that was being done by the Wilson Education Center for schools. Now we have lots of professional development. I was just talking to Mrs. Myers about some upcoming trainings that we have. We have included, well, we've had procurement, always had procurement, but we have over 120 vendors that we have on our procurement now that we can get stuff for schools at a cheaper price. They can come to us, and because we've done these contracts and we've negotiated it down that all schools will get a discount from what the company does normally. So, you know, so all that experience, I feel like I have all that to offer as far as the budget part. Also, as an educator, I know curriculum. I've worked on curriculum committees. I've done textbooks, worked with textbook companies. Currently, we're getting ready to have textbook caravan, working with textbook companies on that for the Wilson Education Center for all of our schools. So that's another area that I am very familiar with, and I feel like I can offer as this too. One of the other things, and I think this is a great opportunity. Again, when I went to Wilson Center, the insurance that we had there was, I would say, subpar. We have now gone with another company, and I use this example. It's really amazing. We had a 0.05% increase. 0.05. I mean, that's
Close to nothing.
close to nothing. Exactly. I think it's like $30 a month is what we're paying extra as far as the Wilson Center goes. But our staff's out of pocket went down. So that's important. And I use this example. I have a medication I take that I was, under our old one, was paying $700, $800 a month for. I just bought my first one, got my first one under the new insurance, $0.
Wow.
And so there are things that can be done that can help staff through insurance, things like that. And again, these are experiences that I have that I can bring to the board and I bring to the table for our school system, for our staff, for our students.
Brent, are there areas of Salem Community Schools that you're more passionate about? I know you just kind of.
Well, I mean, I'm passionate about lots of things. First of all, I'm very passionate about the academics. And as a Salem student, I went through and I felt like I had a great education. My kids just graduated. I feel like they had a great education. And that's because of the staff that's here and the time and effort that they put in. And so that's very important. It's funny, I think about it all the time. My kids talk about talking to other students that they're going to college with, and they're always amazed at the lack of training or stuff that they got from their schools. And I use science as a big example. They always talk about how their friends come to them and ask them about chemistry or ask them about biology. because they had Greg McCurdy and they had John Calhoun as teachers, and that's very important. So that's one thing. So I'm very, very, very passionate about academics. I want to see our students succeed. I want to see our students succeed not only here at Salem, but I want to see them succeed when they go to college or when they go out to the workforce or whenever they go to the military or whatever they're wanting to do. I want to see them succeed. So I'm very passionate about that. I'm passionate about the arts, and I say that one of the things that I kept wanting to see, and when I was at the elementary school as principal, one thing we weren't doing, we weren't cutting the arts. We were making sure we had art. We were making sure we had music. And students got a lot of music and art during that time frame. And music and art also go a long way in helping students academically. And my wife does theater at Crawford County where she teaches, and so I'm big into the theater part of it with that. So I'm very passionate about that. And then there's no question. I mean, I'm passionate about athletics. I participate in athletics here. I go to games. So yeah, I'm passionate. I'm passionate about lots of things when it comes to the school.
What do you see as some of our biggest opportunities and maybe some of our biggest challenges?
Biggest opportunities, we have a great community, a very supportive community. And so we have the opportunity to provide our community with some great students. Now, how do we do that? There's work-based learning, and that's coming up, and that's big. And I'll say again, and as a Wilson Education Service Center, that's the position we're looking at hiring, is someone to go out and work with the schools on helping promote work-based learning, helping students get internships. So again, that's an opportunity that we have. We have an opportunity to market Salem Community Schools to our area. I mean, look at the things that we have, things that other schools don't have. We are the only school in the state and also the Midwest to have 3 safe rooms in our corporation. We have a safe room in each of our buildings. There's no other school that can say that. So that's an opportunity that we have. Again, market ourselves. Our facilities are phenomenal, and there's a testament to that. You know, the elementary building's over 50 years old. And most people, when they walk in there, they find that hard to believe. And, but that's because of our staff, because of our custodial staff, because of our teachers, you know, taking care of things. And so, again, we can market those things out to the general community. Challenges, oh goodness, there are lots of challenges, but they're not just challenges unique to Salem.
Right.
You know, challenge in funding. You know, we keep hearing that they're going to give us more money. They're going to give us more money. But on the surface, that's one thing. But then there's cuts in other things. And when you tie it to the number of students you have, that really hurts funding for smaller schools. And you know, I think about schools like Medora. You know, there was a discussion at one point, and it still may come out, where they want to close the small schools, and they have to consolidate with the big schools. And this came as a discussion several years ago, and it kind of died out, but it's come back. And so that's a challenge. Keeping our staff, and part of that goes back to funding. When you have it's the wild, wild west out there. Whenever it comes to schools, other schools saying, well, we'll pay you this if you come work for us. And so it's hard for schools to be able to compete. And, you know, I think about the greater Clarks and New Albany-Floyd counties where they're starting out with $60,000 salaries. And so that's hard to compete with. And, you know, topping out at $80,000 to $85,000, that's hard to compete with when you're a smaller school. So that's a challenge that we have and that we have to be able to address in some way. And so again, trying to keep as much money into those classrooms as possible, that's where that starts.
What special strengths do you believe you would bring to this board?
Well, I've covered a few of those already.
Right, yes. Just a few.
Just a few. I covered a few of those, yes. You know, a few other things. With my degrees that I have, school law, so I understand school law. I've been engaged in education for over 30 years, and so I've learned a lot when it comes to that. I think another strength that I have is that I have a lot of connections because of my job throughout the state. I have connection with other schools, I have connection with other education service centers, I have connections with the DOE, and so I have all those things that I can bring into the mix as a board member here too. So that's another strength, besides the one that I covered earlier. As I mentioned, grant writing. That was another big thing that I was involved with here. Large grant that we had was the after-school grant that was able to provide a lot of opportunities for our students and our staff and provided things in this room that wouldn't have had if we were necessarily. I can't say we wouldn't have had them. It wouldn't have come as long as when it did, because that money was available through the grant. So that's another thing. Gosh. I mean, I could rehash some of the things I said earlier, but I don't want to put that through you again, make you go through that again.
Thank you.
So, Brent, you and I worked together a lot through COVID, almost hand in hand for a lot of stuff. And, what's some things that you think we did well over the last several years, and some things that we maybe done poorly over the last several years?
Well, I mean, I can't say right off that I think anything's been done poorly. I was asked that question before. I think it might have been for the Salem Leader, whenever they did their school board candidate interviews. I think it was one of the questions. What are the things? I don't think the board's done anything necessarily poorly. That's the first thing I would say. There have been so many good things that have happened, and again, when I go back and I talk about the facilities, the foresight, looking ahead at things that were needed and making the tough decisions to go ahead and do some of those things. There were people that complained, and I know I addressed one individual in particular who was going out and making comments about their tax rate had gone up, and I said, well, it wasn't because of the school projects. Go back and check, because those were neutral. Those were levy neutral.
Right.
And I said, go back and check other things that are going on in the community that could have affected your property taxes. And so that helped with that situation. So, I mean, again, knowing that information helped. But there are a lot of good things that have gone on and are going on. And I think it's important that we celebrate those good things too. I think one of the things I think about all the time, think about our band. And again, the safe room at the high school was a needed addition, whether it was through a safe room or not. The safe room just helped that out, having the band and choir over at the high school. And so that was a great thing. But I think about what our band has done. Our band has competed at the state level and won at the state level. I was at the basketball game the other night in which the basketball team beat Corden, and that was a great thing. But the band and the things that they were doing, and Brittany Hillebrand has done an amazing job with that, and I just want to celebrate that too. But I was sitting there thinking, and they were playing Sweet Caroline, and I was like, that's amazing. I love it. I go to lots of different events, and you go to IU and you hear Sweet Caroline played at the football game, and I was thinking, I wish the people here would start singing along with it like they do at the IU game. Yeah.
I'm not familiar with that song. Would you sing
I can't do without the music. But anyway, so that's the thing there. So a lot of good things have gone on, and I think about just the steam room at the middle school. I mean, the STEAM is so big, and it's going to continue to grow. And that facility is just, again, amazing. And so, again, a foresight about what can we do? What can we do to provide the opportunities for our students? What can we do to provide opportunities for our staff? And I think the board has done that. I guess, you know, I go back and I'll change that, what I said about necessarily poorly. I won't say it's poorly. I think it's just not knowing and understanding. I go back and I think about the insurance, and I know that is a huge complaint of staff here. Has been for years. They look for more or better, and so I think there are other opportunities out there that could be explored.
Yeah. But to our school's defense and Jill Marsh, they are looking at other
I
options.
understand. I'm not saying you're not. I'm just saying.
Yeah, 4 years ago when you were here, you're right. And we were stuck in a hole, and now we're proactively trying to make that. Yeah, so you're right.
Right.
You hit the nail on the head. Clinic was one of those things.
Yes, it was.
That we did. That was obviously.
Yeah, and I worked hand in hand with them to get that clinic set up, and you were involved in that too. But it was a good opportunity for our school system to have that, and I see praise all the time for it. Teachers saying it's such a great thing that they can have students just go right down to that clinic, and of course the parents have to say that's okay.
Yeah.
But also for our staff to be able to go use that clinic and not have to take off from work. What a great opportunity.
Good answers.
Okay, Brent, what are the main factors on which you will base your decisions as a school board member?
Well, the first thing is you have to look at what is best. What's best for our students? That's number one right off the top. What is best for our students? What's best for our staff? What's best for our community? And so, how do you determine that? You have to listen to what's being presented. You have to look at the data. And again, I go back and I mentioned this earlier about the foresight that you have. You have to look out and say, well, is this going to be good for the school, for the community 10 years from now? There are programs that are here now that weren't here 20 years ago. But someone had to have the foresight to say, yeah, let's do that. And I think about soccer, that's one. Again, soccer was not popular in Washington County. It's popular around the world. And there was some dissension over that whenever it was discussed. But there was foresight to say this is good for some of our students. And our soccer program has done fairly well. I mean, I have to say they've done fairly well. And kudos to the coaching staff, to Hank Whedon, again, and the support of the board and the community that we have that's been able to do that. So it's that foresight to look forward and look out and say. I think about also, again, being at the Wilson Education Center, I work with 35 schools that are members of the Wilson Education Center. And so I get to hear a lot of different perspectives from different superintendents, but also not only superintendents, but also from assistant superintendents, from principals, from teachers. So I think that having that vast network and everything with that it can help me in making decisions too.
Thank you, Bruce.
Yeah.
You kind of answered this a little bit. What ways if you were a board member, how would you involve yourself in supporting Salem Community Schools?
Well, I volunteer and help out now whenever I'm asked. I think I'll go back to the football game this past fall. Hank sent me a message and said, hey, my announcer's going to be out of town. Would you announce? Sure, I'll be glad to do it. Like I said, Friday night, well, actually a week ago, he emailed me and said, hey, my timer that does the basketball game is going to be out of town. Would you be willing to do that? Sure. So I was there Friday night and worked the ball game. But also, I volunteered with the band and worked the band competition that they had here for years. And I know it's back, but I volunteered when worked that at night. I'm always willing to help out, and so anything that I'm asked to do, again, part of it's my job now. I say that I'll have someone call me and say, "Hey, can you get me quotes for this?" Or "Can you help out with this?" And so, when Hank called and said, "Hey, we want to do a turf field. What vendors do you have that do turf fields?" So we got those vendors set up, and I will say I love working with Hellas. They've been wonderful. But they also did the tennis court. And so actually I sent a message last week to Tina at Hellas, and then she ended up calling me on my cell phone that night and said, "Hey, I just wanted to touch base with you. I didn't want you to think I missed your email or anything." So yeah, there's, I can go on and on and on. There's so much.
Yes. I see you at all the things.
Yeah.
Brent, describe your view of the roles of the school board and the superintendent, and what's the ideal relationship between the two?
Well, we'll start off with the board's job is to set policy, and they hire the superintendent. They employ the superintendent. The superintendent's job is to run the school day to day, the daily operations, and oversee what's going on. And the superintendent should report things back to the board. The board should support the superintendent. There should be a nice, cohesive working unit there. Again, working for the betterment of the school, doing what's best for our students, for our staff, and for our community.
Thank you.
Brent, are there any personal issues or conflicts of interest that would affect you being on the board?
I can't think of any personal issues or conflicts of interest that I have. I do not have anyone in my family that's working at the school system. I do not have any issues with anyone. Funny thing is, I was asked at one point, "What's your agenda?" And I said, "I don't have an agenda." And I thought, yeah, I do. My agenda is I want what's best for our students. I want what's best for our staff. And I want what's best for our community. That's my agenda. And so I don't have a personal pet project or peeve or anything that I'm working on or against or for or anything like that. So again, as a board, you're working together and working with the superintendent, and you're having the superintendent do the day-to-day operations.
Is there anything with the Wilson Center that is a direct conflict? With a lot of the contracts with the school and some of those things.
Well, we don't have contracts with the school.
Or
we have contract with vendors.
with the vendors?
No, because what we do is I try to explain this, we're kind of like the middleman. And we do the RFPs, and the vendors respond to those. And then when a school comes to us and says, "Hey, we need this," we just reach out to get the quotes for them, and we try to get them the best deal possible. And so there's no conflict there. Again, schools do not pay us for those projects, so we don't, they pay the vendors. And so, no, there's no conflict there. I don't see a conflict. I don't see a personal.
Well,
a fair question. No, that's a fair question.
We go through a lot of, for different
Nope, that's a fair question.
supplies
but-
and trainings and projects.
Well, the training,
and-
I would say, you talk the trainings, the PDs, we go out and we hire people to come in and do professional development. We reach out to schools and say, "What professional development do you want? What are you in need of?" Erin Moore does that for us at the Wilson Center, and Erin, she'll do a survey. She'll send it out to the schools probably about March, so she can start planning for next year. So yeah, we seek out that information, but don't see it as a conflict. We might, this wouldn't be a conflict, but we might contract with someone from one of the schools to put on professional development. I just had a school, Batesville was the school, who contacted me and wanted training in Excel. And so I said, yeah, we can get that for you. So I reached out to a couple different people. The first person said, yeah, I can do it, and then backed out on it. Reached out to this next person, and said I can do it, and then I got that canceled because of a knee injury. Not able to do that, so
Happens.
it does happen.
Yeah, we've heard of injuries.
Yep. So it does happen. So it may be that I reach out to a school and say, hey, I need someone. Do you have someone that could do that? And so I'd pay them. But I end up reaching out to IUS because they are a member, they're an associate member of ours at the Wilson Center. We have 3 colleges that are associate members, and got someone from there that was willing to do it. So I mean, but there's nothing outside of the possibility of me asking someone from a school system to do professional development. But I don't see that as a conflict either. It's a benefit for all schools if we have someone that can do that. And I'd rather pay someone from our schools than pay someone from some big organization outside of here.
Right. Fair.
I'm sure you know the answer to this, but if a parent comes to you regarding an issue at a school building or with a particular teacher or coach, how do you see your role as a school board member in responding to said parent or coach?
Well, the first thing as a school board member is you listen, because that's what you were elected to do. You were elected to listen. But you need to also remind them that there is a chain of command that you have to follow. And so when you have a complaint about a teacher, have you talked to the teacher first of all, and if not, talk to the teacher. And if that doesn't take care of the situation, then you might need to talk to the principal. And it has to go through that whole chain of command before it really gets to the board. The board should be the last group involved as far as the complaints go. Again, nothing wrong with listening. You should be listening because again, that's why you're elected to the position. You're a community board representing the community, representing everyone, and so you should be listening to what people have to say.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
So, Brad, what is the chain of command in the school system mean to you?
The chain of command starts at the lowest level of the flow chart. I mean, if you look at it as, I think of it as a flow chart. And so you start here, and if you don't, again, as I just said, if you don't get the answer that you want, you may not ever get the answer you want. That's the whole point. But you don't get your problem taken care of, then you go to the next level, and it's just a flow. It goes from one to the next to the next to the next. And again, as I said with Ty's question, the board should be the last one. And there are several things in board policy about how things come to the board and how the board plays a role in that. I know a lot of those policies because when I was here, one of the jobs I did was working with Neola in updating those policies. So, yeah, there's a flow that has to be followed.
Well, if you've been watching board meetings lately, those policies are being renewed again.
Well, there are some policies that are new policies, and there are some that are being renewed because laws change all the time.
Right.
And so, when laws change, policies have to change.
Yeah. Okay, Brent,
Yes.
as a school board member, who will you go to in order to seek advice or input in weighing key decisions?
Well, as a board, first of all, you should be discussing those things together in your exec sessions. But again, as I said, I mean, I have a wide range of network of people that I could, if I have questions about, superintendents, retired superintendents, board members. But there are certain things, and this is one of the things that a lot of people don't understand, there are certain things you can't discuss outside of the board. Mm-hmm. So the board's going to be your first group that you're going to discuss with. Mm-hmm. Now, again, if it's not something that's a conflict or issues, problems with staffing or something like that, then yeah, there are other people that you can talk with. And again, I'm a member of the School Board Association right now, member of the Superintendent's Association. So those are other groups that I could reach out to and seek advice with if I needed to.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
feel like you've kind of already answered this. Things that you think are great about Salem Community Schools.
There are a lot of good things. I'll start with, first of all, with the staff. We have a great staff. They're great, and I say staff, I mean they're great teachers. There are great assistants. They're great administrators. There are great custodians. I mean, we have a great staff up and down the board. That'd be the first thing, and I would say. Facilities, I mean, top notch. I mean, whether people know it or not. I mean, again, the only school in the state of Indiana, and probably the only school in the country, that has a safe room in every building. That safe room is there to protect our students and our staff, but it also is a benefit to our community. You know, when I was principal at the elementary, we had threats of tornadoes, and so we opened up the building, opened up that safe room for people to come in if they wanted to. During COVID, I had people reach out to us and say, hey, we may need to use your building as a overflow if the hospital is too full with COVID patients. I'm like, okay. And we looked at the safe room because one, it has a generator, so if power went out, they would still be able to supply and help out for those people who run oxygen or whatever, but also has its own ventilation system, so that was a bonus. And again, they were looking at us as a regional area. So we're talking about Seymour, we're talking about Clark County, you know, so they were looking at bringing people here if it was needed. So facilities, I mean, and, you know, think about the turf field. I mean, again, it's an amazing item for us to have. And it's funny, one of the groups that are officiating at one of the football games said it was the best turf field they've been on. That says a lot. So, what's that?
I said, she's pretty.
Well, I mean, they were talking about what it looked like. This
Yeah,
is how
I mean,
it
it
felt.
is.
Yeah.
That's good.
And so,
Pretty too.
I think about the opportunities that our students and our staff have. Gosh, we have so many things that our students can do now that they weren't able to do 10 years ago. And I mentioned soccer already, but I think about the college credits, and I think I go back and I use my son and daughter. They both went to college. My son graduated a year early because of all the college credits he got here while at Salem. Again, I didn't have the opportunity when I was a student here. And so that is a great thing for our students. There are classes and stuff that they didn't have to take at college because they took them here. And so those are opportunities. I think about the theater and the classes that they have for that now, that, again, when I was a student, they didn't have those classes. I mean, you participated in theater if you wanted to, but there was no theater class. So again, those are there. And I think about the arts, up and down, again, Rita Roberts at the elementary school, and you know, I had the opportunity to work with Rita, and Rita is phenomenal in the things that she does. And then I think about the middle school and then the high school, and again, Carol Clodfelter, the things that she's doing with her students. I think the murals, and again, I go back and I think about the grants that we had to help pay for that. But it gave her an opportunity to work with the students outside of the classroom to do something for the building. And it was something those students could come back later and say, I did that. I did that. I'm the one that did that. And I have people ask me about it at times when I have other people that come with me to an event or something. And so I explained to them about the grant and how that helped that. So again, there's so many different opportunities that our students have, and so that's another good thing. I mean, I can go on and on, and I'll stop.
Right? I agree. I agree.
But we do like to hear all that.
Yeah.
It's be like, come on, keep it.
Yeah, I know.
It's all good.
Brent, what else would you like for the board to know about you, and as we consider you for a candidate?
Well, and you guys know all this about me. When I was here, I became certified as a chief business officer. So again, I know a lot about budgets, and I know a lot about that, and I know a lot about procurement. And I'll be honest, when I went to the Wilson Center, I didn't know much about procurement. In 3 years, I can tell you what, I know a lot about procurement now. I didn't know how to write an RFP, but I can write an RFP now. It's funny, when I first went there, I was talking with Benita. Benita was at the Wilson Center for a long time. She was in charge of procurement. You know Benita. And she said, oh, you need to log into the procurement system. I said, I don't have a login. She goes, yes, you do. I said, no, I don't. She goes, yes, you do. She said, you were at Salem. She says, so I know you have a login. And she said, I'll look it up for you. And she looked it up, and she said, okay. And I said, well, I never knew, first of all, that I had a login. Never knew that. And I've educated some people about that now, so they know to go on there, and they can look up pricing on things and different things. But so I do know procurement, and I know how to save money. And I tell schools all the time, my number one job is to save you money. That's what I want to do. And so actually, it wasn't even a school this time. It was because we do it for government agencies too. And it was Clay County. I had a gentleman call me the other day and said, hey, I need to get ceiling tiles. Can you get those? And I said, sure. And I said, well, let me look up. So I looked up what the pricing was and told him. He said, okay. I said, well, but let me reach out to the vendor and see what I can get. So I reached out to the vendor, and they came back, and it was actually $15 per box cheaper I got him. So it helps to be able to do those things. So again, save money. That's one thing I definitely want to do that. Again, I say this. I remember Coach Thompson always saying about being gold-blooded, and I definitely say I'm gold-blooded. I went to school here. I graduated from here. I worked here for 28 years as a educator, as an administrator, as a coach. So those things I can say. I'm vested. I'm part of this community, and I don't plan on going anywhere. So again, those are things that about me. And again, most of this stuff I've worked with you. I was here when you were a board member, except for Ty, and I've known Ty for a long time too. So again, so much there, and again, I have so much to offer.
Thank you. Well, I appreciate you coming in.
I appreciate you guys
giving up your time this evening and coming here and meet with us. So on Monday at 6, we're going to have another special meeting.
Yep.
So that is the plan. But there you go.
All right.
All right.
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
You too.
All right. We'll see you later, Brent.
See ya.
Bye, Brent.
See ya.
See you.
Can we use the bathroom?
You can
Yeah, and Tom's out there.
Yes, go ahead.
Tom's out there.
Okay.
To talk to you guys on executive.
All right. Oh, do I need to?
Yes.
Special meeting is
I'll
adjourned.
make
Yeah. Oh, we gotta
I'll make
make
a
a
motion to close it.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
I'll second the
Who
motion.
made the motion?
I made
Rodney
it.
made the motion.
Becky seconded.
Becky seconded. All in favor? Raise your right